Good morning, everybody. How you doing? What's up, Christina? Uh, oh, happy fucking birthday, dork. So today's gonna change some things for one day only. Um, I think we're gonna see. I mean, we're already seeing a pretty nice bounce across basically everything in the pre-market. Nice green day. Massive amounts of put positions on the SPY shed into close yesterday. Um, put call ratio dropped by about half. However, call skew remains massively negative. Still higher than it was in the days leading into the COVID crash, and the highest it's been ever since. So make note of that, especially with CPI data coming tomorrow morning. Whatever bounce we see here is likely to be short-lived. Selling my May 20 NVAX $55 put at open. Okay. I mean, you could. Is this earnings? I don't know what the fuck happened here. It doesn't look good. I mean, their earnings were complete shit. I don't think the market bounce is going to help them much. But, you know, I guess do whatever you're going to do with that. I think that's bad. Check Upstart. I'm well aware of what's happened to Upstart. I think any of these companies trading on massive like forward PEs are going to be dropping like rocks, especially if they miss expectations. Airbnb bounce. Uh, mm, a little bit. I mean, it's not significant, but yeah, a little bit of a bounce. What dates are you looking at for your short-term GME calls that you're getting on Wednesday? Probably like June or May 20th. I don't plan to hold them for long. Ding ding. Market's open. Still more ABNB downside. I mean, I'll probably get stopped out right now. Honestly. Unless it tanks at market open. I'm gonna be stopped out. Oh, it did. Okay, never mind. um yeah, so it's gonna, I guess, continue down. It doesn't look very good. Targets looking pretty good in the overnight session. QQQQ looks good. BBY even moving up a little bit from close yesterday. Although I would say that it's continuing to be suppressed. We're seeing puts coming at 950, more puts at 10. Be aware that there's downside still here. Maybe already showing a little bit of strength. Wait a second on that. I think like 0.2 or 0.3 would be pretty bullish. I think if we hit 0.4 or 0.5, we're going to see another really big downturn in the market. Really see any news driving either movement. And not all stock movement is driven on news. Um, Good morning, Peloton lovers. Forward PE, no. Forward reverse multiples. Sure. Sudden borrow rate is skyrocketing. No shares available for 1 week. Plus on Fidelity, 83% now on Intel. Interesting. How much has the borrow rate risen in the last week? As you've seen, the AMC produced outstanding earnings. Sure. Um, Maybe it's available on bar chart, baby Carlos. Upstart halted already? Rough drop. Hmm. That's what they didn't do, and he didn't know. Yeah, that was the one. How many people... Weeklies for BBY looking good? No, not particularly. What is the dripping noise? There is no dripping noise. What are you talking about? Here comes that any rally is likely to be short-lived that you mentioned. Yes. No problem, baby Carlos. New notification sound that we're hearing that sounds like water dripping. Interesting. I think I changed it. Oh, maybe WeBull's like update changed something. I have a buy that's about to trigger on Home Depot. Tell me if the notification's different on that. Um, I think it triggered. Normal? Oh, okay. Weird. Can you teach us a song from your homeland, Persia? No, I don't know any. What's BBKC squeeze mean? Bollinger Band Keltner channel squeeze. It's a shift from low volatility, low volume to high volatility, high volume. Generally, uh, signaled by a move of the Bollinger Bands inside the Keltner channel, which we're probably already have right now. So we moved up so quickly. I only hear tinnitus, right? GameStop filed a US trademark for GameStop blockchain. Yeah, I have a DD I need to write. They're expecting a small bump, then drop over the next couple days, then big rip as we go into June. No, I'm expecting a small bump like today and tomorrow, and then a bigger bump as we get into the ETF FTDs. Then a massive drop into June, where we start to go up. It'd be awesome if your HD buy filled and the Home Depot theme song from the commercial played. Free money. How far are you into Elden Ring? I don't know. Like some manor or something right now? No, this isn't MOASS. There's no legitimate market mechanics reason to chase this, right? I mean, if you bought here, sure. Here, a little riskier. I already got stopped out of the calls I had. We could see like 108 today, potentially, if the market continues to move up. I just don't know how long this rally in the market is going to last. It's not like a lot of puts got sold off, but after that, it's still pretty fucking bearish. So, like a fake out breakout. What's up, Regenerate? I see your frustrations and your perceptions, how the market works. AA calling them idiots, but in a really gentle way. Yeah, I suppose. No, that's not the reason for the price action. The entire market's bouncing. That noise. It's more of a splorch than a drip. Okay. This seems to be the most important thing happening today is the change in WeBull notification sounds. So let me see if I can just fix that. Oh, it is different. There. This was the that was the sound it was making. Yeah, sometimes it changes settings when I update it because it's not the best programming, you know? Hey, look, I sold my calls at the peak. Change it back. I already wrote a DD on the WeBull sound change. Shit. Dork, do you need to expose me as a shill today on your birthday? No, I like it better when it's generalized and different brokers all have the same sound. Will those FTDs improve the price even if the market carries on dropping? Or will they just help to reduce GME's drop? Yes, they can. We can inverse the market during ETF FTD periods. Actually, we generally do. Since ETF FTD periods fall usually during the SLD period. Inflation happened because people don't DRS the money in their bank accounts. Sure. Everybody should have access to reverse repo facilities overnight. Way more of a sploop than a splorch. Okay. What do you think will happen with Oxy earnings tonight? Bullish. The guy that created that sound effect for Weeble just lost his job. I hope you're happy. I mean, if that's true, then yes. Did Craigslist take down your ad for covered calls? I was going to buy some more, but then I couldn't find the post. So here's the deal. People from Superstock keep going to my Craigslist ad and flagging it for violations, none of which I'm committing, but yet they don't seem to like the fact that I'm posting my covered calls there. So I think I'm gonna have to find a different marketplace for them. Maybe like Let Go or Facebook Marketplace again. Move them to the dark web. Or I could try eBay. Make them boutique. 105's safe. For what? Covered calls? No. Cost basis. It's Tuesday. Stay Friday. Oh. Oof, rough. Okay. So the rally, very, very short lived. I'm glad I warned everybody about that. Win sploop. Oh, ploop sound? I don't know. Is there a poutine style cover call? No. I'm not doing price matching. My cover calls go to premium. Does this look like a fake out breakout of the SPY? That's what I said. You warned me, but I got nervous and closed out my SPY put on a green candle. Jesus Christ. Oh, C-Mill. Just said 108, hedging your warning. I mean, that's the upside resistance. Not really a hedge. It's just like that's where we could have like peaked. Potentially. I swear to God, Girk, Tesla is a money printer. Yeah, it is. No problem, drunken monkey. Yeah, Beowulf, that morning volatility spike is when CNS opens is really unpredictable. Sometimes it runs pretty hard. 25 dislikes already? That's amazing. I can't even see those. But it makes me happy that people take the time to do that every day. Biden's speech, big pumpies or powerful dumpies? Is he talking about the economy? Is that why you say to wait 15 minutes on options? Well, the first 15 minutes the market is open, IV tends to be pretty high. And the IV crush after that period is pretty rapid. So you can play options on market open, but they're risky. You see this price point in IV, a good entry for long-term near the money options. No, the IV's really high right now. IV after yesterday, especially very high. Interesting. Liked and prescribed. Why not just buy overnight strangles every day? Could. Straddles? It's a lot of capital expenditure. My first margin call this morning for $20.67. I feel like a real trader now. You think hitting 115 by Friday isn't likely, or your CC's more of a price swing play this time? I didn't sell any. Hedge fund Tiger Global loses 17 billion due to tech stock rout. So sad. It's a bit rough. GME shares might be $103 right now, but Gherkin is still living inside of Super Stock's one wrinkle rent free. Thanks, Twin Peaks Townie. What do you think of STZ? I don't know shit about it. Constellation brands. These guys do beverage alcohol, beer, wine, spirits, corporate operations. I mean, it looks good for another move up. Kind of missed the boat a little here, but I don't know. Trend is strong. Not my favorite, probably not my favorite, like, exposure to the adult beverage industry. Someone pick up their puts and now we rally, or just a fake out into dip. The call skew is extremely negative. So, you know, a lot of puts got sold off yesterday, but put call ratio is still really, really high on the SPY. I think no one's getting out of most of their put positions until after CPI data. You're gonna straddle CPI tomorrow. I don't really see a bullish outcome. Biden speaking on inflation at 11:30. All right. MC reiterated with a sell rating and a $1 price target. That seems reasonable. AMD looking good. Ooh. Yes, it is. Second test at 90. Oh, shit. It's not right. Well, if it does bounce here, it's finding a higher low, which is good. Somebody, thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream. If Biden has to talk about inflation, it's going to be bad tomorrow. Yeah, it's possible. The Biden inflation speech probably isn't going to change much, honestly. We'll still wait for CPI data. How would GME be going up this week when the market is seriously trending downward? As long as we find large numbers of net short FTDs do, we can inverse the market. It's one of the instances where we actually have negative beta, is during these ETF FTD periods. If we look at the last ETF FTD period, from Feb 8th to Feb 16th, right here, starting here out to here, and then we look at the SPY during that same period of time. So the SPY trended down for almost the entire duration of our last ETF FTD period, and we trended up. It's actually one of the ways we picked up on the fact that, you know, those ETF FTDs tended to be overwhelmingly net short and actually drive buy pressure versus the FTDs we see the rest of the time, which kind of just cause volatility or possibly, you know, add momentum to active fund trading. People ask you about a risky position they think you took, so they FOMO'd into that position. All I hear is sad tuba from the Price is Right. You say they understood you wrong. I mean, it's not necessarily that they understood me wrong, but trying to follow my plays is not going to result in, you know, the same gains. We don't have the same stops. You can't see most of my trades intentionally because I don't want people to try to do that. It's dumb. ETF FTDs are this week. I thought we were running on a June OPEC cycle now. Okay. Why would that change when the ETF FTDs are due? Could they cover all the ETF exposure in one candle? They can cover a lot of it all at once, yeah. We saw that happen November 3rd. And if something pushes them to cover all at once, yeah. And I think that was due to the BBBY share buyback. Hmm. Professor Thaddeus J. Coven calls. I love it. Just gonna talk like that all day from now on. Do you realistically see BBY reaching $10? They're buying a lot of like $9 puts or $9.50 puts right now. Someone's very much intentionally suppressing the price of the stock while they go massively long on it. I don't know if they're trying to affect a buyout, but something's up. Just a rough guess. 2 decimal places. ETF FTDs begin tomorrow. Sell the call thusly. Yes. About time. What's your return policy on covered calls? If you have the receipt and you come back within 30 days, you can get fucked. I'm calm as a cow, staring at a new gate, looking at my wheat 12cc for October. How are you feeling about wheat? Like it'll be more expensive? Mostly. That's what I think about at night when I go to bed. I think about how much I'm gonna offset the price of my bread purchasing over the next 5 years with my wheat calls. Those guys walk around the west of America conning people to buy useless, dangerous fake medicine. That was the that was the point. Yeah, buying calls right now is not a good idea. Rad 7C weeklies have over 1000% IV. Interesting. That seems perfectly normal. Bro, why isn't Walmart a $1 trillion company? They're the largest employer in the country, short of the US military, and the largest food supplier in North America. Okay. Well, it costs a lot of money to employ all those people, and no one cares about Walmart. It's just not exciting, they're not bringing the heat. They're just doing what they do, and not a lot of people are a big fan. Nice to see you're promoting EVE Online now. I'm in a medical grade dumpster. Is that like a cry for help? Selling CCs right now is smart. Gotcha. Ah, risky too. All the calls are pretty risky, right? Sold and bought. I want to sell CCs because I don't expect us to move that much this week. But those goddamn fuckers might run all the ETF FTDs out in one day. That would really mess up my week. So I'll just wait. There's no rush, right? I can sell them at any time. Playing hardball with his answers today. I like when he makes his money early in the day. Figured me out. Pigeon teeth from MOASS. That's because you guys have this retirement goal, but once I've hit my target profits for the day, I'm retired for the rest of the day. I don't give a fuck. They're undervalued in my opinion. 200 calls for Jan 23. Their stock has not lost a step during this rug pull. I mean, it shouldn't, but that doesn't mean it's going to go up. Why do you think they're undervalued? Because they're not a $1 trillion company? Because that was overly bullish. Target profits, same like forced donations. No, I could never hit my target revenue goal for the day from fucking YouTube. What are you gonna do to deserve my like today? Absolutely fucking nothing. Keep it. I will tell you that I've decided to move back into the DD writing game over the course of this coming weekend. I'm gonna blow people's minds once again. Those FTDs do. The 11th through the 19th. Here's a dislike. I don't remember promoting Eve online, but thanks to the unsub, true say appreciate it. DD or TA? Just DD. I'm gonna try to do it with no charts. A chartless DD. Cause who needs data? Campbell soup down, recession canceled. I mean, just parabolic until today. I think it'll be fine. If I sold a CC and then bought it back for a profit, did I wheel that contract? No. But congratulations on the profit. Are you gonna post DD on Reddit or are you excluding us poors? Ooh, I didn't even think about that. No, I'm just gonna post it on Reddit. I keep flirting with the idea of opening a small position on Palantir. Oh boy. And selling CCs for something to do. That sounds as a Palantir stock owner, let me tell you, it's not a winning proposition. Moment of silence for the Ader hodlers. No, I warned them. I couldn't have warned them harder, right, than when I bought puts. Stream is the best. I'm getting major old school stream vibes this AM. Never change, Gurk. You're a legend. Thanks, Dominic. I won't. People are attempting to manipulate the Diablo 2 high rune market. Pieces of shit. Will it be bullish, DD? Sure. You mispronounced bag holder. How low do you think the price of GME will go before it bounces back up again? That's a good question. Back to that like 98 resistance. Palantir is still overvalued at 750. Probably. I mean, they still don't make money and they have a lot of debt they need to pay off. What did you earn for Ader? For the puts? They went up like 3x. I ended up getting stopped out of them because it traded flat and I was losing theta. But I didn't get the most recent drop. It was just like the initial drop is what I captured. Like down to like 4. That's on Tether? You write Tether? Crypto tied to money? Tether? Falling to like 50 cents last night. That's not good because it's supposed to be a stable coin. This is an order filler for a grocery distribution center. I make $45 an hour with 150 incentive. During the holidays, they were giving $500 bonuses to come in for 1 day of overtime. It's a value stock. Okay. Interesting. I mean, it is. Walmart is definitely a value stock. I assume that's what you're talking about still. Give us a 20-second tease about the upcoming GameStop blockchain TD. Pretty please. No, there'll be no teasing. I don't do that. There's no chance of seeing GME above 135 on or before May 19th. Slim to none. I thought your TD was going to be on the signals sent between market makers through the bid ask. No, that's not real. One second, guys. All right, now what the fuck that was about. No, it's not MOASS. Do you think MOASS isn't in the best interest of GameStop? More short will come after, and the company will be seen just as a speculative stock. I mean, short squeezes don't tend to be good for the companies involved in them, historically. I guess VW's sort of the exception, but it was not really the same company afterwards. GME the VW of 2022. We'll see. Do you think MOASS isn't in the best interest? Okay, I answered that. Nobody was freebasing mint juleps in my bathtub. That's actually absurd. Vana is volatility's cross Greek. Diamond D13K. Um, it's the change, the change in Vega because of the change in underlying price. Um, oh, shit. 1 second. Okay, where was I? Sorry how would you introduce someone to the saga? I've chatted with people and they've gone. I thought GME was going bankrupt. Any soft resources would be appreciated. Oof. You could point to their minimal forward projections and their earnings statements. Good introduction. Maybe like the Book of MOASS DD or Viking off for OPEX thing. They're both a little complex, but um, maybe a good way to get people to understand the kind of manipulation that's going on with the price of the stock. Matt, they don't have any debt. Yeah, I mean that seems like a key point to highlight. Where was I? Oh, and Volga is or volatility gamma um is the rate of change in Vega um on account of a unit change in volatility. So it has the same relationship convexity that with duration and gamma with duration that gamma has with delta. So they're essentially second order Greeks of volatility or Vega, if that helps. I think a margin call. You know, there isn't a physical call that occurs during a margin call. My wife said she read an article saying Meme Trader Army is out of money. Is she aware we literally just bought a house? It's time for a divorce after 3 days. No, I'm sorry to hear that, Carl. You can live with me. All of Adabit's stuff is conspiratorial and mostly factually incorrect. So no. Maybe his first DD, whatever that one was. That was a little less so. Sure, no, but debt. Does GME have 50 million in gold bars? I don't think they need it. Did I inspire you to include incoming in your video description? Yes. I remembered that it was necessary. Volga Vana squeeze, same like Volga Vana White with Big Bear Hug? Not quite the same. I've been married for 3 days, and the woman has asked me more about my GME shares since I said I do. More than the last year and a half of this saga. I'm scared. Should be. But I have the impression that you know something bullish, but you're not telling us about it. What would give you... That's crazy. I would never... How? Volga to Vega, same, like, similar to Gamma to Delta. I thought they had a phone specifically for margin calls, similar to the Bat phone. Not that I'm aware of. Is HD a buy again at 290? It's very cheap at these prices. Thanks, Gordy. Happy to do so. Can you do some TA on the SPY? I have a straddle at the moment. Sideways till CPI? How do you feel about that, Poker? Is your straddle cover tomorrow? It should. How did the home inspection go? It went fine. Nice house. It was a nicer house than I thought it was going to be. Very musty. Not like moldy. It was dry, but smell of, I don't know if I can't describe it. There was a smell that was cloyed at you. Playing Oxy earnings? I mean, in the sense that I have a long position on Oxy. I need to pull money out of my investment account for my business. Do you think June is looking better than this week? You mean for advanced refrigeration? I mean, yes. I think cat to retest 215, but I need some confirmation bias. I overheld June calls. Looking for a best time to get out. I mean, you need to bounce, right? Which you're probably not going to get today with CPI data kind of stringing everything along. But if you have June calls, you should probably be okay. I mean, cat's been pretty resilient so far. It'll probably stabilize in this, like, 203 to 211 range. I can't see it dropping much lower. Also, with increased resource extraction on the horizon, Caterpillar is not going to do poorly. Hey, we're coming back down. So I'm still a little bit of an idiot, but at least I'm trying. Hoping you can explain the numbers for delta and volatility. Like, I may have taken a single finance class from the local community college. Explain the numbers for delta and volatility. Well, delta is the association between the price of the underlying and the contract, right? Oh god, I really don't want to get into Greek's lessons. So delta moves relative to the change in price and the underlying. The closer to the money, the higher. Well, the closer, the further in the money, the higher the delta. And so, like a 0.9 delta, a contract is behaving almost exactly like the underlying stock, right? The contract and the stock are the essentially aligned. And the further out of the money you get, the more delta drops. And then the extrinsic value of the contract takes over. So if you think of delta as the intrinsic value of the contract in relation to its positioning in and out of the money, it's the expected move based on a $1 change in the underlying stock. So the higher the delta, the more the contract moves with the changing in the underlying. And then for IV, implied volatility, is that, do you want me to explain IV in relation to delta, or weigh in on that? Hold on one second. No, it's not like old person smell. The whole fucking house just smells like some atrocious perfume. How much do you have to Ko-Fi for a VWAP definition? Implied volatility is... Where'd he go? I keep on hearing things get spicy once IV goes above 30. So implied volatility is the market's forecast, or the market maker's forecast, of likely movement in a security's price. It's used to price options contracts where like higher volatility will result in higher premiums, and vice versa. That's it. I mean, it's determined by whatever options pricing model they're using. For American options, usually not Black-Scholes, but we say Black-Scholes, even though, you know, the probably more something akin to like a Monte Carlo simulation. It will be used by your brokerage or CBOE rather than Black-Scholes. Or like a binomial options pricing model. I don't want to get into explaining that, but suffice to say there are different pricing models for options. You make implied volatility go down so I can get some calls on this dippy. They will. IV will drop. What are the long stocks you own? GME, BBY, AMD, Palantir. Yeah, I own O. Amazon, Tesla, uh BTU, X, Campbell's Soup. Pretty long on right now. Kroger, which I need to see if I can average up at some point. It's most of my long positions. I know I have some others I'm forgetting about, but those are like the bigger ones. Can you elaborate on how a reverse split would be better than a regular split? Yes, I will. In a DD that I'll write this weekend. Are all the commodities running but X? Huh. Are they running? BTU's fucking crushing it today. Hmm. What's weird about X is they beat earnings. So you go 17. Ooh, fuck. T-Doc back below 29 again. Biden's speech is sure to make us excited about the market. I doubt it. To be clear, you're not buying weeklies when GME finds a bottom. I didn't say that. Probably not weeklies. Like 14 DTE, 21 DTE, something like that. Most likely June 17s, just because that's where the OI will be. How's the SPY tanking like this, but UVXY isn't moving as intensely? Are they trying to sell without spiking volatility? I mean, IV is going to pick up. Also, UVXY doesn't track VIX directly. I believe it tracks VIX futures, if I'm not mistaken. And it is rocketing up. It's the S&P 500 VIX short-term futures index. So first of all, it specifically tracks S&P volatility, not overall market volatility. Secondly, it tracks futures, which don't move at the same rate as the VIX does. And it's 1.5 times the performance. So VXX, that's something I need to too. Hey, we've arrived. Thoughts on CLS? Celestica. Interesting overnight move. I don't really know much about them. I wouldn't say it looks overly promising. It's trading near lows. I guess it depends on your interest in it. Is it like a long-term investment? Or you're just trying to, like, if you're trying to trade it, it looks terrible. The only thing green in my port is my BBY put. SPY about to test 400 again. Yep. Jimmy, new low, relative, new local low, yeah. Maybe tomorrow's lousy CPI data will be priced in. Possibly. It's higher on 6.3 than 6.17. Thoughts? That's interesting. For what strike? 115? I mean, it's kind of an odd strike. Yeah, lots of interest there. I don't know why. I mean, it's odd to see a lot of open interest at 115 anyway. So that's curious. But somebody's buying a lot of 150s as well. For June 17th, which seems premature. But there's almost no other open interest on the July 15th or June 3rd options chain. So, yeah. I don't know. I guess just a lot of calls bought right at that strike. Or opened at that strike. Never mind, we broke through. Yeah, we're gonna keep pushing. SPY's still pushing down too. I think economy dead. Doesn't look great, does it? How low will we go? Who the fuck knows? Next support, like next good support's at 93. CPI data could show that March may have been the peak. If so, then the market should see that as a positive. If it shows that we've reached a peak, which would mean, you know, a lower increase, right? Like the rate of increase will have dropped this quarter or this month. Yeah, new filing for GME Entertainment. I heard. Is the Rite Aid play dead? I mean, we don't know because the buyout offer hasn't been offered up yet. So, no. The Veru FDA meeting is supposed to be today. Is that interesting or just biostock uncertainty in your opinion? Sorry, I asked earlier. Didn't hear if you said anything. Oh, I didn't see you ask earlier. I didn't realize their meeting was today. Will that produce an announcement tomorrow? I think you still have time till the FDA officially approves, or the announcement's made that it's officially approved. If it gets approved. Thanks, Tickle Pickle. Thanks for all you do, Home Slice. You got it, man. The economy is doing just fine. Okay. When would you consider selling CSPs? When we confirm a bottom. What was what filing? For GameStop blockchain? Yeah, we have historic resistance. We have resistance at 93.62. And then there's more resistance at 89, 80, 88, 89, 88, like right on the cusp there. And then, you know, we have our low from the last cycle, which was like 77. Volume's increasing on this price drop. This looks like selling off of the SPY. Yes, it does. Obligations are building up. Are we effed in a bit when Biden speaks? I don't know what he's going to say. My puts are making bank. Thank you for the lessons. It's a good day to have some. Fix is starting to run more too. What calls are you looking at to play the ETF FTDs? 520, 100C? It'll depend on where we land, first of all, like heavily. I wouldn't say 520. Maybe. They're cutting it a bit close. I might just use June options. Because I can afford to buy the theta, so I might as well. FDA meeting is some pre-authorization usage for more trials, phase 3, so maybe nothing. Oh, okay. I know the big expectation is that they are going to receive emergency use approval. And if that happens, then, you know, it should move the stock pretty significantly. Jimbo Harry, thank you so much, by the way. How the fuck is Carr still doing well? No one knows. It's kind of like DDS. Think of it that way. Massively illiquid, weird short positions, no options. Tesla down to 790. Yep. GME down under 90 today? It could. We have support here at 93. What is it? 93. Hold on, I gotta look on trading. 93.62. Be okay at 600. Any way to play this or sit and wait? Some support at 587, maybe I would look for. 600's pretty important psychologically speaking. Bounce is nice. I don't know if it's really worth playing. It would only be like a $3 expected move. You know what's killing it today? Chevron. Microsoft's doing pretty well today too. uh, I think maybe why shares are worth so much money. Exactly. Trailing stop loss teachings are awesome. I'm writing this put locked in 2K so far. I just want to make sure I get out of my spy puts before it fucking actually turns around. And I'm worried about tomorrow. Support prices are nonsense and everything is in free fall. Usually. Although, you know, there's supports everywhere. So define free fall. SPY's still up today, you know. Think economy is going to be saved tomorrow? No. Why not play SPX futures? Why play them? I mean, they tend to be illiquid and they move kind of fast. Do you expect GME to independently turn around this week? It can. Yes. Split the screen with the SPY. I mean, they're just doing the same shit. I guess GME being shorted a little more. SPY kind of stabilized. Fucking IV's bumping too. Really, I really don't want to split the screen. I'm gonna just watch the SPY. GameStop's just gonna do the same shit. With tapering, do you think we'll see a market like 2020, 2021 anytime soon? No. Like a full-on bull market? Tesla dead? Yeah. It's really strange how the market seems to follow crypto price action. Is there a reason for this? I mean, the market doesn't follow crypto. The crypto follows the market. I mean, you're talking crypto is much smaller than the overall market. Um, but yeah, it's just you have money flow relation between all assets. Crypto is still valued in dollars, right? When by OPEX GME calls, oh, further out, like end of May. This GME sell-off feels a bit excessive. Why? I mean, they're shorting it too. Remember, they closed a lot of puts on GameStop yesterday, but not all of them. I don't think we'll see a full-on bull market for the rest of this year. Unless we crash really, really hard. Hedge funds selling crypto to get leverage. It's more than just that. You know, Bitcoin's actively traded just as much as anything else. So you have constant, active fund flow, mutual fund flow for all of these assets. What about all that haircut talk earlier last week? Oh, that was stupid. Opinion on the fact that RC started liking memes. Who cares? When you buy an option, it's best to buy at the bid and sell at the ask, correct? It's best to buy, well, yes, ideally. I think rarely will you fill at those, but you can. You can set your buy below the bid if the price is dropping and you're betting on a like a bounce or something. Stock's cheap right now. Yeah. Getting cheaper. You said weeks ago you see us going to 93. Yeah. Here we are. $91 GME CSPs this morning may not have been the best idea. Patience is hard. Yeah, you probably should have waited till we confirmed a bottom before you sold CSPs. But, buying GameStop at 91 plus minus premium, not that bad of a deal, right? Although I can't imagine the premium was super great when we were trading at like 103. Well, no, because the CC would be inversed. So you're selling. You want to sell close to the ask as you can get a fill, and yeah, you want to buy back at the bid. Bid ask slippage. I mean, you just want to make sure that the spread's not too wide. I don't think you particularly care about getting perfect fills at the bid and the ask, but you don't want to get you don't want to pay like a very wide spread for a contract. Like if there's a big spread between the bid and the ask, you don't want to buy in on the upside of the midpoint and overpay for the contract. Which is why you want to look for strikes that are more liquid, because those will have a tighter bid ask spread. Did Pulte sell? I mean, who cares? No, and also we've got 1.58 million volume today, and the guy had how many shares? Like $100,000 worth. No worries, John. I'm pretty sure a lot of people have more shares than Pulte. Market drop because ETF overlap happens on a ton of different stocks, not just GME. Interesting. Is that a question? I could I could check. I mean, it happens on a lot of stocks in the basket. Although, like BBBY's exposure during the ETF FTD period last cycle, it kind of just stabilized and then immediately fell off when the ETF FTDs ended. But it had, I think it was in November, it had, that was due to its share buyback though, also. So that's kind of curious. DS tends to have stronger reaction. Um, Also just stable from into Feb 8th. I mean, it looks like GME has the most. Or the most significant realized effect from AMC does too. Like it had a very similar ETF FTD period last quarter. I mean, this is like where the FTDs begin, right? And then that stabilizes price. And then through the overlap, it's mostly red. And then when it becomes ETF FTD only, we see a rise in the stock price. What happened to support? Blew right through it. And we stabilized for like 3 minutes. TA on USO. I did that yesterday already. And it still looks very bullish. Nothing's really changed. Still finding support in a higher range, which, is good for its current upwards consolidation at this resistance of like 81.52. It still looks poised for a bounce and a breakout. I don't know how much this is gonna break out, but it's got a nice setup. Hmm. Okay. Should May 27 calls on BBY be rolled? Probably. I don't know. How close to the money are you? Shorties are short everything, then it would make sense. It kind of makes sense. This is the happiest I've ever seen the chat on an ouchie down day. Props to you for teaching us how to make money no matter what's going on. Thanks, Darb. How are they shorting so hard with XRT on Reg Show? I mean, XRT being on Reg Show doesn't really stop them from utilizing it. Also, XRT is not the only ETF that GameStop is in. They don't care about SSR. SSR is fucking irrelevant in regards to GameStop. Do you think BBY has a higher number of obligations due to the current price suppression? I mean, it will, yeah. Puts only account. What's the next support line for GME to the downside? 89.91, 88.70. Eh, let's say 88.91. It looks like. Eh, damn it. That's close enough. Relevant. Volume picking up. FUD attack on GME? What's the FUD? Glad I grabbed some protected puts on the way down. Ay caramba. Yeah, that's the way to do it. I made a solid amount of money day trading CCs today. Am I trading now? Sure. Do you want, I mean, yeah. Your short-term and long-term price targets for BUI. I'm hopeful of a return to 20 soon, but who knows? Short-term, like 24, 25. Long-term, I could see it hitting like 40, 45 bucks. Especially if they can spin off Bye Bye Baby. Are you gonna buy any additional spy puts? I kind of have enough. And I have VIX calls. Maybe. We'll see. It was a good time to move into CCs for the upcoming cycle. When we confirm a bottom? No, that's usually when we bounce. The next best time to sell CCs will be after we find a peak on a bounce. DM, I'm a bull now. Oh, nice, dude. I'm grabbing calls today. I don't give a fuck. I would agree with that, except IV is exceptionally high right now. Even as far out as June, it's really, really high. When did you consider buying in to play the ETFs on GME? I'm probably not going to. Ugh. So one thing bear markets have taught me is always get puts when there's a bullish run. I mean, yeah, until it continues. That's on July 15th, 200 call. Too far out of the money? Poop? It's poop. I think it's poop. These resistances are not even lifting a finger. Of opposition. No, they're not. I mean, these are our historic resistances from the last drop. To be fair, we don't have a lot of confirmation in these ranges, right? We only have last quarter's cycle as historic support between here and like $42. These aren't like our resistances at like 126 or 140 where they have, we have multiple tests. These are weaker. They're there, but they're weaker. Shorting still through ETFs? Yeah. Any idea which ETF is doing the most damage? I mean, we could look at flow at the end of the day. Ask Turk if he has it. I would imagine if they're using XRT, it's down heavily today. Yeah, down 2%. I'm sure short interest on XRT is spiking. Hey, look at that. Our drop yesterday was bigger, right? The FUD is that GME's floor is less than $50 quadrillion. That sounds like FUD. My spy puts are cutting my GME losses in half. Yes. Thank you for showing me how to lose money slower. Saluda. No problem, Seacraft. They're gonna shorten the into a gamma ramp to the downside. Wouldn't they wait to cover FTD obligations until after the price drop? They don't want to start covering FTD obligations until they've dropped the price sufficiently, right? It's usually the last push, right? I mean, same deal. Stagnating price action, increased volume, points towards a reversal. SPY will go back above 400 today. I want to get some more puts, but I don't know if there will be a bounce or if it will keep trending down for the rest of the day. It's hard to say with the CPI data coming out tomorrow. It may just stagnate in the range it's trading in now. We're now break even with market close yesterday, basically. Finding support here between in the 396 range twice now. Second test of 396. Tested a little lower today than yesterday, but mostly volatility, not a lot of volume traded down there. So yeah, we could see a bounce back over 400 right here, I would say, and then probably still just continued chop, however. What kind of time frame do you consider near term? 45 days? Roughly? 45. Well, if we're going by calendar days, let's say 60? No, 45 days. 45, yeah, 45 days. Just lowered my cost basis on GME by $16. Nice, man. That's the real beauty of this, is you can lower your cost basis with covered calls at the top, and you can lower your cost basis by buying shares at the bottom. We're selling CSPs. Why would Putin do this? Man, I'm kind of far behind on chat, huh? Looks like the guilt trip in the media about retail holding tanking the economy worked. How do you go about repositioning puts after you're stopped out of your current batch? Just buy more? I mean, are you talking about specifically on like the SPY? Between my leaps and my protective puts, my port is moving within a $50 range. Did I hedge appropriately or something? Possibly. Although I would argue that you've just lost all the value in your portfolio in certain puts, and they're basically down as much as they can be. So there's really nothing left for you to lose. You've hit rock bottom, Pop CERN. Can you stream the Biden speech? Yeah, we could watch it. Uh, second here. You now feel more confident about GME running again like in March. I mean, yeah, because they're compounding positions. If they don't do this, then, you know, the chances of us running would be slimmer. Let's hope this bounce continues above so that I can brag to my wife that I'm a stock god now. Grinder's going public. Are you bullish on game mail hookups? Sure. How do they make money though? GME below 90 or BBY below 10. Percentage gain potential BBBY, options GME. Right? That's after today. I finally averaged down from 187 to 139. I'm a happy boy, Girk. Congratulations, Tony. That's awesome, man. Have you determined whether you believe OPEX to be in May or June? I feel like there's a strong argument for either one, John, honestly. Right now, it looks like they're starting to compound positions. We're following the same timing as the March OPEX run, and so it does look like June. But there is the alternative, which is that these obligations run directly in these ETF, especially these ETF FTDs, run directly into May 20th expiration, which is our standard OPEX cycle. So it's interesting to see how that will play out. I'm assuming that if the stock runs in the next 2 weeks, or the next week, really, um, we're likely not going to see any price action from May OPEX. If we continue to drop into the May 20th expiration and don't realize any upside, that would indicate that there is a higher potential chance of us running for May, like the T+2 period following May 20th expiration. So that's what I'm watching. We'll see. Right now, it doesn't look like there's any significant long interest coming in. So I would say that June is more on the table than May at this point. What are you looking to buy GME BBY calls? I mean, I'm not buying them yet. I might buy some GME calls tomorrow. I just picked up some hundreds for next Friday. Nice. If I buy a 0.9 delta in the money put, that will perfectly hedge the downside to my shares. I mean, if you buy a put at your cost basis, it'll hedge the downside to your shares. So if your cost basis is like 100 and you buy a put at 100, any drop below that will receive the same value as, your shares lost. Never was Ryan. Welcome to Rigged City. Never was Ryan. Yeah, I mean, not a lot of this price action has anything to do with Ryan Cohen. January did. I'm awake. Did I miss the market crash? No. You missed the market slink back down to the level it closed at yesterday and then started to stagnate. Where it likely will stagnate for the rest of the day. I mean, the Biden speech, I guess, could have some effect on today's price action. 513.75 CSP, risky. Not really. I think if we drop that low, we're not going to stay there long. Rivian to $10. Yeah, I'm not super bullish on their stock. Thoughts on market reaction to CPI data tomorrow? I mean, it'll depend what it comes in at. Um, 0.2, 0.3 could be bullish. Probably pricing in 0.4. If it's 0.5 or 0.6, it's going to be bearish. It's kind of how I'm looking at it right now. I'd probably just buy leaps. I had some rig May 20th calls, but I also have leaps on rig at $4, which I'm not getting rid of. I got rid of the May 20th because they're just getting eaten alive by theta now. I'm not huge in rig. It's kind of just like a fun bet on an increase in oil pricing. I think they're undervalued a decent amount, but I'm not overly bullish on it or anything. It's not like I'm putting a big chunk of the money I'm putting into oil there. Most of the money I'm putting into oil is in Halliburton and Oxy. How are your plans to become a concrete magnet? Hey, I might actually get fucking filled this week on Amazon. That would be awesome. GME better recession hedge than oil. I mean, probably not for the summer. So if I halted, news pending, early earnings released 30 minutes ago, and now a 30-minute halt. Weird. You look at SLB, looks decent. Thanks. Okay, I'll be quiet now. I'll take a look at it. Schlumberger. What do these guys do? Technology company partners with customers to access energy. Reservoir, well construction, production systems. Okay, so this is more like the Halliburton play, like like oil gas equipment and services. It looks decent. I think that's finding some support. I have a similar play in Halliburton that I bought it like a few weeks back. Schlumberger. I don't think that's how it's pronounced, J Fresh. It's pronounced Schlumberger. French company, obviously. Believe it or not, J Fresh is right. Are you serious? How is it pronounced that way? But this is like German. They're just fucking making up pronunciations. I love it. We'll get you those Imagine Dragons tickets. I don't want Imagine Dragons tickets. How dare you? I speak French. That's burger. Burger Gerhard. If we fucking bounce back up above 100, I'll Gerhard. Started as a French company. Well, if it was spelled with a J, it'd make more sense. No, not Jumburger. Like, like if it was spelled like that instead of the G. This indicates a hard G. French pronunciation of a German name. That's the Finnish Finnish pronunciation. Empty space. Apologize for causing this conversation. I believe it's pronounced Dans are eternal. I don't think so. Am I no longer gherkin? Under this new pronunciation rule we've put into effect, I am now gherkin. I like it. Wait, jerkin it was jerkin it? Yeah, that's Biden late or are we early? I think he's late. He's the fucking president. He just shows up whenever the fuck he wants to, right? He's not on your schedule. If I was president and I had a press conference, I'd just make him wait. Like, I wouldn't be in a rush to go fucking get pestered by a room full of reporters. Trump was always like 3 hours late to these things. Presidents are always late to these things. It doesn't matter which president it is. Relax, Fluffy. You don't need to time people out yet. Soon you'll have to. Remember, guys, as with all political things, if you feel the need to express your political beliefs in the chat, you will be timed out until it's over. All hail le Jerkinique. I like it. Going to express so hard. That's a lot of information. I'm getting political. I love pickles. All right, I'm gonna have to time you out, Joey. Sorry. Me too right now. If Biden comes out and says Oxy to the moon, I will vote for him next time. How long can SoFi be suspended? Until they unsuspend it? Brand of cigarettes did you smoke back in the day? American Spirits. Gonna have to time me out too. Biden's pretty old. I mean, he is. But they're all pretty fucking old, right? I have a pretty decent chunk of leaps on BBBY. I don't know if I'm buying a lot more. I've averaged them down a little bit over the last few days. Adding 100 CSP to those 100 C positions for next Friday. Nice. It's time for an 8-year-old president. Does that mean I don't have to pay my mortgage? No. I don't care for the wig party. I mean, I feel like at that point, like once they're that old, are they even running for re-election anymore, or is like the party simply keeping them in office? Like, why don't we talk about how old and fucking slow Mitch McConnell is too while we're at it? They're all a bunch of old, rich white people, every last one of them, and some nepotistic implants from different districts that they maybe lost control of, or someone died. That's it. Every last one of them, left or right, old farts. Here's the deal. All of their interests are aligned with keeping the wealthy wealthy and ensuring that the poor don't get too much power. There's a reason that people like Kenneth Griffin and Elon Musk actively donate to both parties, because both parties will push forward the agenda they want, which is to stay rich. I can't time myself out, Fluffy. I'm not gonna eat any fucking pineapple pizza, average Joe. Tupac said it first. Listen, if they're not white and wealthy and they're a politician, they were put there by white wealthy people because they have agreed to toe the line. There's nobody, standing against their party actively. I mean, Bernie's kind of got his own thing going on. Everything's okay. The economy. I mean, they should. They should inject more money into the economy right now. China's about to. We don't want to lose that race. We'll get fucked. China will start backing the fucking ruble. I'm sure politics is your fucking forte, Joey Bavacqua, random fucking internet asshole. Tell me about your fucking political science degree. Was it hard writing all those 3-page papers? Why do we want to inject more to fight China? Won't that lead to rampant inflation and cause an issue Cold War style with China, where it's first to have an inflation break the economy losses? No. Listen, this is what we do. US monetary policy for the next decade. We inflate the fuck out of the dollar until China dies from hyperinflation. And then we have our currency with a cryptocurrency. And we just destroy debt. I mean, sure, people will fail, but we'll retain the number one spot. And then talk about international obligation to the dollar. Whew. I like it too. I mean, Gensler was talking about this shit back in like fucking 2006, 2008. They will never do that. Why? Why the fuck not? Oh, has the US been afraid to swing its big dick anywhere at once? I don't think so. And how am I ignorant, Joey Bavacqua? What am I ignorant of? Feel free to tell me. If you're insulting someone, you've already lost the argument. Like the world's largest pay to play. What about politicians that have DRS'd their GME? Socioeconomic background plays more into what you will be later in life than anything else. If you're poor, you're more likely to stay poor or move to middle class. Nobody's supposed to get rich. That's relatively true. There are fringe cases. What are you streaming? I don't know. Nothing. Just a blue screen. Because they don't know enough to debate the topic. Morning water aerobics. That's Biden's trick. He just doesn't do the press conference till 4 p.m. to keep the market from crashing. Janet Yellen's in his office right now trying to hold him back and tie his shoelaces together. They accidentally dumped their earnings early, and so the stock's frozen. They might freeze it for the rest of the day. I mean, do you know who's in charge of the Democratic Party? Rich old white people. Same for the Republican Party. Who do you think decides who the candidates are going to be per district? And who's going to receive party funding and backing? Debating a topic that we're not educated on is an American pastime that we hold close to our hearts. Thanks, Velvet. The lobbyists. That's probably actually more accurate, Greedy Dead Man. It's all one big boys club, just like finance. I prefer to get my macroeconomic information from my contractor. For the most part, Darth Dan, yeah. Listening to George Carlin is even more accurate than ever before. Unfortunately. I was talking about it with someone last night. I mean, they did a similar thing in Brazil to fight hyperinflation, right? They just created a new currency that it worked. Pending immortalization of pop CERN trader in a bronze statue for his CERN put play. I don't know. I guess it depends on who makes more on their CERN puts, me or him. You won't say that Biden wears light up Velcro shoes. I don't know what I'm doing here. Like LA lights? Do they still make those? I need to get a pair. I want RGB shoes. Right now, zoom in for MOASS, it looks like June. It's hard to say. The next week's price action will be very deterministic. Ban Darth Dan. I hear you roaring, kitty. Do you have any price targets post earnings for Oxy? 60 plus? I mean, I hope. I don't really have any price targets for it post earnings. I plan on owning it mostly throughout the summer. Um, Based on the technicals, I can see it breaking back out above 61 if earnings are good. Although, to be honest, I really don't expect earnings to be good till quarter two's reported. Yeah. But they might be okay. I mean, they beat the last 4 quarters. But I think their expectation target is a little high. Like I think the estimates were at what was it, 190. Oh shit. 190 or $1.97, which I think is a little much, but the hell?
Million jobs in my first 15 months in office at a record. Unemployment rates are down to 3.6%, the fastest decline in unemployment to
Oh, they fixed his
start a
mic.
presidential
Okay.
term ever recorded. And in addition, Americans have applied to start 5.4 million new small businesses last year, 20% more than any other year on record. And I see, and as I see it, everything
It's all the way up. Everything.
across
I
the
have
country
everything
is
turned
as
up
I
all
go
the
across
way.
the country, our economy has gone from being on the mend to on the move. But for every worker I met who's gained a little bit of breathing room to seek out a
I could
better
barely
paying
hear it
job,
too.
for every entrepreneur who's gained the confidence to pursue their small business dreams, I know
He's
the
talking
families
about
all across America are
entrepreneurs
hurting because of inflation. I understand what it feels like. I
and
come
small
from a family
businesses
where
opening.
when the price of gas or food went up, we felt it. It was a discussion at the kitchen table. I want every American to know that I'm taking inflation uh, very seriously, and it's my top domestic priority. And I'm
Inflation
here
is
today to
top
talk about
domestic priority.
solutions, and there's going to be more we're going to have to talk about as well. But first, I want us to be crystal clear about the problem. There are two leading causes of inflation we're seeing today. The first cause of inflation is a once in a century pandemic. Not only did it shut down our global economy, it threw the supply chains and demand completely out of whack, especially in countries where more effective recovery uh, weren't available,
God, I thought my
especially in those
microphone was
sectors that
fucking
rely
terrible.
on semiconductors. These supply challenges have been further hampered by the onset of Delta and Omicron viruses. And you've all seen it, you've all felt it. And this year we have a second cause. A second cause, Mr. Putin's war in Ukraine. We saw in March that 60% of inflation that month was due
Does that
to
mean
price
buy
increases
calls?
at the pump for gasoline. Putin's war has raised food prices as well because Ukraine and Russia, two of the world's major bread baskets for wheat and corn, are essentially completely stalled. Ukraine has 20 million tons of grain in storage in silos right
Fuck
now.
yeah.
They're trying to figure out how to get out of the country and to market, which would
He's
be
talking about
difficult
grain.
around the world.
This is bullish.
Normally we'd have already begun to export them into the market, but it hasn't because of Putin's invasion. So we're working with our European partners to get this food out into the world so they could help bring down prices. But it's difficult because, again, of Putin and the Russian invasion of Ukraine. And those two major contributors to inflation are both global in nature. That's why we're seeing historic inflation in countries all over the world. But here's the good news. Because of the actions we've taken, America is in a stronger position to meet this challenge than just about any other country in the world. Some of the roots of the inflation are outside of our control, to state the obvious. But there are things we can do and we can address and we need to do. That starts with the Federal Reserve, which plays a primary role in fighting inflation in our country. I put forward highly qualified nominees to lead that institution, and I strongly urge the Senate to confirm them without delay. The Fed has dual responsibilities. First is achieving maximum employment, and second is stable prices. And while I'll never interfere with the Fed's judgments and decisions or tell them what they have to do, they're independent. I believe that inflation is our top economic challenge right now, and I think they do too. We've built a strong economy with a strong job market. And I agree with what Chairman Powell said last week, that the number one threat is the strength.
Jesus
in
fucking
that
Christ.
strength that we built
Blow my
is
goddamn
inflation.
ears out.
So the Fed should do its job, and it will do its job, I'm convinced, with that in mind. Now, as I said when I came to what Congress and the President can do to fight inflation, Americans have two potential paths forward. The first is my plan, the Democratic plan. Plan put forward by congressional Republicans is a second alternative. Here's how each of us would tackle inflation. My plan is to lower everyday costs for hardworking Americans, and lower the deficit by asking large corporations and the wealthiest Americans to not engage in price gouging and to pay their fair share in taxes. The Republican plan is to increase taxes on the middle-class families, let billionaires and large companies off the hook as they raise prices and reap profits at record amounts. And it's really that simple. But let me explain why this choice is so important. Let me start with the Putin price hike, high gas prices, and energy prices. My plan is already in motion. I led the world and other countries to join with us to coordinate the largest release of oil from our
did someone fire this
all
guy?
the countries in history. 240 million barrels to boost global supply. Here at home, U.S. oil and gas production is approaching record levels. In fact, we produced more oil domestically in my first year in office than my predecessor did in his first year. To further drive down prices, my administration is allowing the sale of gasoline using homegrown biofuels this summer, which wasn't allowed before. And to reduce our dependence on foreign oil and reckless autocrats like Putin, I'm working with Congress to pass landmark investments to help build a clean energy future as well. From tax credits for businesses to produce renewable energy, to tax credits for families to make their homes more energy efficient. I met with nearly a dozen CEOs of America's largest utility companies. And they, to a person, told me that, and including Southern Company, American Electric Power, and 10 others, they confirmed that if we pass the investments I'm talking about, we'll immediately lower families' utility bills by as much as $500 a year, according to their one estimate. That's by what they're going to make their homes more secure in terms of heat not getting out and air conditioning not escaping, because they have good insulation. Now, what's the Congressional Republican plan with respect to energy? First of all, their plan is to give oil companies a free pass. For example, right now oil companies are sitting on 9,000 unused leases, oil leases, which are the property of the federal government, on the property of the federal government. Under my plan, they would have to pay taxes, and if they don't use those leases to produce more oil, they just can't sit on it. Unlike under the Republican plan, they'd be allowed to continue to sit on this land without producing while shipping record profits back to their investors. The fact is, the average cost of a barrel of oil has been steady for weeks. So why do gas prices keep going up so high? Republicans have offered plenty of blame, but not a single solution to actually bring down the energy prices. You know, we have no plan. They have no plan to bring down energy prices today. No plan to get us to a cleaner, energy independent future tomorrow. So in the future, American families are no longer subject to the whims of dictators halfway around the world. The next thing is, let's compare our plans when it comes to lowering everyday cost. My plan is to make concrete, common sense steps to bring down the biggest expenses that families are facing. Let's take drug prices. My plan will let Medicare negotiate prices for prescription drugs, like they do with the Department of with the military, as it relates to what the administration is able to negotiate for prices for military. The cap, and I also call for a cap on the price of insulin, which 200,000 American children rely on because they have type 2 diabetes, at $35 a month. It costs $10 to make the insulin. They make a significant profit, instead of the average price of about $640 a month. Think of the difference it will make in millions of American families, like the family I met with in Virginia about 3 weeks ago, struggling every day, every single month, to afford their son's insulin. And on this and other issues, I've laid out specific proposals to Congress to bring down the cost of everyday cost many American families face. And that's in addition to the work my administration has already done to lower prices. Another reason why prices are up for products people need relates to whether or not the manufacturer has access to all the materials they need to build a product. Think of the materials you need to build a house. If you can't get the materials from the ship to shore, from the shore to the home, the prices are going to go up. That's why we brought labor and industry together on the West Coast to improve operations at the ports, to speed up the transfer of products from abroad to shore, from shore to the location where they're going to be used, so that those products can move more quickly and cheaply. We haven't had enough truckers, for example, to deliver the lumber or other goods. That's why we are executing a plan to get more truckers on the job. It reduces the time it takes to move the goods quickly. Another problem we face is, in some industries, there isn't enough competition. And I've often said that capitalism without competition isn't capitalism, it's exploitation. So we're promoting competition for everything from internet services to meat processing. We basically have 4 meat processors in the whole country. They process the meat that goes into the hamburgers you buy. So they set the price. When there's no competition, they can set the price higher and higher.
Coming in higher tomorrow.
So we're helping smaller companies get into the game to compete and help bring down the
Get your
overall
puts
prices.
now while they're cheap. Also,
the bottom line is easing
Thanks,
these
Russell.
bottlenecks
Yeah, it looks
and
like
making our supply chains more secure is a major focus of my economic strategy. So things move more quickly. Prices go down, not up. You know, some parts of my plan I've been able to get done on my own. I mean, just without congressional approval. Some parts are being held up by Congress. But all of my plan is focused on lowering costs for the average family in America, to give them just a little bit of breathing room. Now, what's the congressional Republican plan? They don't want to solve inflation by lowering your costs. They want to solve it by raising your taxes and lowering your income. I happen to think it's a good thing when American families have a little more money in their pockets at the end of the month. But the Republicans in Congress don't seem to think so. Their plan has actually made working families, going to make working families poorer. You don't have to take my word for it. It's in writing. They've made their intentions perfectly clear. Senator Rick Scott, Wisconsin, a member of the Senate Republican leadership, laid it all out in a plan. It's the ultra MAGA agenda. Their plan is to raise taxes on 75 million American families, over 95% of whom make less than $100,000 a year total income. The average tax increase would be about $1,500 per family. They've got it backwards, in my view. I proposed a minimum tax for billionaires. In recent years, the average billionaire has paid about 8% in federal taxes. Congressional Republicans have proposed increasing taxes on teachers and firefighters. 55% of the largest corporations paid net zero in federal taxes in 2020 on $40 million profits. That just isn't right. That's why I proposed a minimum tax for corporations. Their plan would also raise taxes on 82% of small business owners making less than $50,000 a year. But it would do nothing to help to hold big corporations and companies accountable. Think about it. Republicans in Congress are so deeply committed to protecting big corporations and CEOs that they would rather see taxes on working American families and try to depress their wages to take on inflation. Never mind the fact that many of these companies are recording record profit margins, even as they raise prices record amounts. Look, you've heard me say it before, I'm a capitalist. I'm not out to punish anybody. I have no problem with companies getting and generating reasonable profits. But in this moment of peril, with the war overseas and inflation
hacking the
surging
press
around the world,
conference.
the last thing we should be thinking about is rewarding companies for exploiting the situation. While families struggle to pay their bills, some corporate executives are on earnings calls with investors on Wall Street cheering their record profits and explain how they're using this period of inflation to cover the rise in prices far beyond what they need to do to cover their costs. And all this time, they're not even paying for a fair share of taxes in the first place. You want to bring down inflation? Let's make sure the wealthiest corporations pay their fair share. My plan asks those companies to pay their fair share in taxes. Congressional Republican plan, let them off scot-free. And if you weren't extreme enough in the Congressional Republican agenda, they put it in writing. It also calls on Congress to put Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid on the chopping block every 5 years. Now, if I hadn't seen it in writing, I think somebody's making this up. But their proposal is every 5 years, all those programs would cease unless they're re-voted, that the Congress comes along and says, yeah, we want to keep these plans, affirmatively voting for them. Well, imagine the changes that are going to take place then, man. Imagine all the bargaining that's going to take place. You Democrats want to maintain Social Security, you got to give up such and such. Look, I want to give Medicare the power to negotiate drug prices and make it stronger and lower your cost. Republicans kind of want to make, and Congress want to make Medicare's very existence
You Americans had
up
a
for
bad,
vote
the choice between
over and
him
over
and Trump.
again,
Yeah, we never get good
along with
candidates.
Social Security and Medicaid. Really, ask yourself, how well are we going to sleep at night knowing that every 5 years, MAGA Republicans, if they're still the Republican, this, as I said, this is not your father's Republican Party, if we're going to have to vote on whether you will have Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, and what amounts you'll have in each of those programs. You know what they're likely to do? Use them as hostages every 5 years to get their way on other things. Think about it. Give us another tax cut for billionaires or Social Security gets it. Stop investing in clean energy or we're gonna kiss your Medicare goodbye. It's outrageous. It's outrageous. I can't believe that the majority of the Republicans buy onto Scott's plan, but that's a plan in writing and he's in the leadership. Finally, let's do one more comparison. Let's compare our two plans when it comes to the deficit. Republicans love to attack me as a big spender, as if that's the reason why inflation's gone.
This broadcast provided
Let's
courtesy
compare
of
the facts.
Cost.
Under my predecessor, the deficit
Are you telling us to
exploded,
buy shorts, user?
rising every single year on the Republicans. Under my plan, we're on track to cut the federal deficit by $1.5 trillion this year. Let me say it again, $1.5 trillion by the end of this fiscal year. The biggest one-year decline in all of history for America. That's in addition to last year, we cut the budget $350 billion. The deficit, not the budget, the deficit, $350 billion. My Treasury Department is planning to pay down the national debt this quarter.
I really don't understand why it's
which never happened under my predecessor.
Speech.
Not once. Not once.
I guess it's because both
unlike my
bills
predecessor,
are going to Congress.
The deficit has gone down
like
both years I've been here.
Plans.
That is not an abstraction. It matters. It matters to families because reducing the deficit is one of the main ways we can ease inflationary pressures. Look, the bottom line is this. Americans have a choice right now between two paths reflecting two very different sets of values. My plan attacks inflation and grows the economy by lowering costs for working families, giving workers well-deserved raises, reducing the deficit by historic levels, and making big corporations and the very wealthiest Americans pay their fair share. The other path
money in their pocket under
is the ultra-MAGA
before the pandemic they did. And
put forward by congressional Republicans to raise taxes on working families, lower the income of American workers, threaten sacred programs Americans count on like Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid, and give break after break to big corporations and billionaires, just like they did the last time they were in power, when their top priority was the reckless $2 trillion tax cut, majority of that going to the very wealthiest Americans, which ballooned the deficit and not a penny of it was paid for. Look, I know you got to be frustrated. I know. I can taste it. Frustrated by high prices, by gridlock in Congress, by the time it takes to get anything done. Believe me, I understand the frustration. But the fact is, congressional Republicans, not all of them, but the mega Republicans are counting on you to be as frustrated by the pace of progress, which they have everything, they've done everything they can to slow down.
Someone's talking.
That will hand power over to them and enact, so they can enact their extreme agenda. Look at their agenda. We'll put up on a webpage somewhere, I think I can do this, the Scott Plan. It's in writing. We need a government focused on what families actually need. So I urge all Americans to think about the path I've laid forward. We're going to have to do more beyond what I laid forward. But then think about the Republicans in Congress are actually proposing. Which path is right for you and for your family, and quite frankly, for America? Let's build on the extraordinary process and progress we've made instead of tearing it down. Let's focus on what matters. This really matters to average Americans. I want to thank you all. God bless you, and may God protect our troops.
Mr. President, will you drop President China tariffs? Mr. President,
If you're going to ask me about what I spoke about, I'll try to.
Mr. President, why do you believe so many Americans believe that your administration is not doing enough to combat inflation? And do you believe that you and your administration bear some measure of responsibility for the inflation that we're seeing across the country?
First is we're in power. That's the first thing. And you justifiably right, we control all three branches of the government. Well, we don't really. We have 50-50 in the Senate. You need 60 votes to get major things done. I've been pushing the things I've been proposing here. You've heard me speak to today since I got in office. And I need to get 60 votes to be able to even pass them, number one. Number two, I think that, you know, they're not focused. All they're focused on, understandably, is the problem they're facing. They get a 5.5% raise, an average raise in their salaries, and yet inflation exceeds that. And they look around the world, and they know that a lot of it's extremely complicated. And so they're frustrated, and I don't blame them. I really don't blame them. There's a lot we have to do. But you know as well, I shouldn't say you, I think what I have to do is explain in simple, straightforward language what's going on. Like, the reason why 30% of the inflation last year is because automobiles cost more. Why'd they cost more? They couldn't get the computer chips to make them. People were making a lot more money. They wanted to buy the automobiles, they couldn't buy them because the costs went up so high because there were so few of them. The same way this year. The same way this year, the reason why prices are up. They understand, but they don't. Look, most people, the vast majority of Americans are hoping that their government just takes care of their problem and they don't have to think about it in detail at the kitchen table or at the dinner table. And that's understandable, no matter what their background. But right now, it's confusing. There's a war in Ukraine, and they're scratching their heads like, what the heck is Russia doing? Should we be helping? They think we should be helping the innocent Ukrainians. But what impact does that have? Do you think the average person, whether they have a PhD or they have any other job, sits and thinks, wow, there's thousands of tons of grain in elevators in Ukraine. They can't get out. And Ukraine's one of the biggest producers of corn and wheat. I wonder whether that's the reason my prices are up.
Do you take any responsibility for inflation in this country? Do you take any responsibility for your policies?
I think our policies help, not hurt. Think about what they say. The vast majority of the economists think that this is going to be a real tough problem to solve, but it's not because of spending. We've brought down the deficit. The bottom line is, how much does America owe? How much in the hole are we going? We're reducing that.
Today you have retail gasoline prices and diesel prices at record highs.
Yes.
Yet you have yet to ask Americans to consume less. You're a train guy. Have you ever thought of your administration asking Americans to drive less, to take public transport? Well,
if you ever raised a family like mine, you don't have to tell them. They're doing everything in their power to figure out how not to have to show up at the gas pump. That's why, for example, one of the things that's going to help a lot, but it's going to take time, is our infrastructure bill. The truth is, they don't have that many options in terms of transportation around the country right now. If you live in the Northeast corridor, you're driving back and forth between Baltimore, Washington, New York, et cetera. But you don't have many choices. You don't have a whole lot of choices to deal with other aspects of transportation in terms of local transportation. And so
talking about the
what
dams.
happens is, and unless they're electric, we find ourselves the cost of flying, buying a ticket on a plane costs more because of gas prices. So this is a process. But it's a process that I've been consistent about, wanting to lower prices and shift to renewable energy so we're not as dependent. I have conversations almost every day. Well, that's an exaggeration. At least twice a week with one of my European counterparts, heads of state, on how can we help them, in fact, wean themselves off of Russian oil because they're so totally dependent. So we're working like the devil to help them transition, because as long as Russia's able to make money selling oil, they're going to continue to be able to do the bad things they're doing. So there's a lot. It's really complicated. I'm not suggesting American people can't understand it. They understand it, but they have, they're working 8-10 hours a day just to put food on the table. And so I think what's happened is we have, in a sense, I never expected, let me say this carefully. I never expected the ultra MAGA Republicans who seem to control the Republican Party now to have been able to control the Republican Party. I never anticipated that happening.
Will you drop Trump's China tariffs?
Mr. President, a year ago, the administration was saying that inflation was transitory. That's obviously not the case now. How long do you think it will be until we see prices coming down?
I'm not going to predict that. It ranges depending on
honest.
which economists you're talking to by the end of this year, and some say it's going to increase next year. But there's others say by the end of this year you're going to see it come down by the calendar year. I don't know, but I know what we have to do to make sure that we can bring it down.
Will you drop Trump's China tariffs?
Do you support any restrictions on abortion, or what limits do you believe
I'm
there
not
should
going
be?
to
As
respond to
the
anything
Senate is
because I
speaking
want the story to be about inflation. I'll talk
China
about
tariffs.
You called out
Mr.
Rick Scott.
President?
You called out Rick Scott a little while ago in your remarks. Earlier today, anticipating your remarks, he said, and I'm just quoting here, that the best thing, most effective thing Joe Biden can do to solve the inflation crisis he created is resign. He's the problem.
Resign. That's a good idea.
The senator added later, Joe Biden is unwell, he's unfit for office, he's incoherent, incapacitated, and confused. These are his words. Offering you a chance to respond to that.
I think the man has a problem.
Let's wrap this up.
Will you drop former President Trump's China tariffs?
We're discussing that right now. We're looking at what would have the most
To
positive
lower them or
impact.
to erase them?
No, I didn't say that.
I'm asking.
I'm telling you, we're discussing it, and no decision's been made on it.
Mr.
Thank you all very much.
That's enough.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Mr.
guys.
President,
That's a
how
wrap.
long should Americans be
Thank you
prepared
all.
to pay this much at the pump? Are you concerned about
What a shit show. Jesus Christ. That was a big ball of nothing. People mad. Yeah, they are. I mean, there's things there, there's aspects of truth in some of it, and a lot of political grandstanding, which is basically always bullshit. But, you know, essentially inflation is probably a 3 to 5 year outlook before the Fed is able to return to its target projection of 2%. Not that. Easily, just because of the supply chain issues. We can start seeing a reduction in inflation by beginning of next year, maybe, if the Fed continues rate hikes. There's nothing to say of what's going to happen with oil when oil producing nations decide to put the squeeze on because they want to maximize profits while Russia's, oil supply is being limited or gaining limited exposure to the market. So, unfortunately, a lot of horse shit, probably tied to midterm elections. Can we get some more volatility now, please? No, now we'll just wait for data. It's going to be probably even more flat than before the speech. Blaming any one political party for the current rate of inflation is ridiculous. It's both parties' fault. They're equally complicit in not only printing. I mean, fucking Powell's been the chair of the Fed the whole time. They're equally complicit in printing trillions of dollars. They're equally complicit in not appropriately taxing corporations and wealthy individuals. I mean, this isn't one party or the other doing this. This is bipartisan support for these plans. It's unfortunate because the people hurt worst by it are going to be the people that can't afford to be hurt by it. America's future now depends on MOASS. I mean, no. Easy Money started with Greenspan in the 90s. I mean, you can take that even further back. Reagan, Clinton, Bush, Obama to an extent, although he didn't really get much done in office, all complicit, and Trump, Biden now, all complicit in different ways to leading us to the economic situation that we're in currently. Ultimately, they never should have allowed investment banks to speculate. I think that was really the deal breaker, which leads us to this boom crash cycle over and over and over again. Spy off a cliff. No. It's down $1 from where it was trading a minute ago. Not even a huge volume spike there. If you have no skin in the game, is the economic pullback a great thing? I mean, if you're liquid, yeah, because you can invest at the bottom. Saw a clip from a few days ago where you basically encourage people to swing trade GME. How is this helping MOASS? Buy and hold, right? Please explain. Out of context, I'm sure. But in the clip, directly asked, how do GME shareholders with X or XX shares benefit from the fact that the stock is locked into a volatility cycle? They can hold forever in the hopes that we will see a short squeeze. And then, the profits lost here theoretically won't matter, right? Because, the price of the stock will go so high that all of the losses over the last 6 quarters will be made up and dreams will come true. The reality of the situation is there are no reason for them to break this cycle. It's profitable for them. They can continue to do it. The market cap of GameStop is, $10 billion. And the fact of the matter is that every time one of these cycles happens, those are the people hurt the most economically by watching their position fluctuate from low to high without capitalizing on it at all. Those people providing liquidity into a system that already provides infinite liquidity does not make a difference. So if they are able to capture or realize profits on those cycles and invest greater sums on the bottom of those cycles, ultimately that will create more share ownership in GameStop over time. I will encourage people to do what is best for them, not for your agenda on the stock. Yeah, repealing Glass-Steagall was the beginning of the end. It was very bad. If my opposition to your solution to a prisoner's dilemma irritates you, good, it should. Has any country successfully eased off quantitative easing to the extent we are in your opinion? Define successfully. It's kind of like the Japanese 1980s asset crash. Not really the same, but there are similarities. Monetary policy between Japan's central bank and the US is vastly different. Glad I kept a share of wheat. Yeah, you will be. I don't care if people take the clips out of context. I really don't. I'm not doing this for their benefit, right? Yeah, JJG, lit spaceman. JJG. It has exposure to the grain subindex. Corn, wheat. This is hard wheat. Corn and hard wheat. Soy, I believe, also. Up to your cookies hat. Right there. Buy and hold, not exactly a big deal anymore. I mean, it's... I went through a lot of this in quite a long clip that I made, but buy and hold is still essential for the continuation of cycles. And if there is a squeeze, obviously, you want to be holding the stock when it happens. And people with, 100 plus shares or liquid capital are in a much more advantageous position here, right? Because not only can they buy and hold, but they can capitalize on the cycles. Those with, no liquid capital or fewer than 100 shares cannot. And, if you're DRSing and you really support other investors and you want other investors to become wealthy off of this, then you're not going to care if, 10,000 individuals sell their fucking like 5 shares each. It's irrelevant in the scheme of things. Especially if afterwards, they're buying double that number of shares or triple that number of shares or quadruple that number of shares, depending on the extent of our run from our low to high. Not only would this allow the majority of retail to average down, it would allow the majority of retail holders with smaller positions to increase their leverage on the stock, driving more illiquidity in the long term and creating more highly probable conditions for a squeeze. Minimal shares, and I've fallen for the buy and hold model since I bought it and realized I could have been selling covered calls for a while now. Stinks, but I thank you for the message. Out bounce, or possible for it to drop below 200. It could drop below 200. Thank you, Guevara. But people do anyway. I mean, if you think everyone out there is holding, you're insane. There are people selling every peak. All of Wall Street Bets buys in right before we run and then sells at the top. They're not fucking holding. Everyone's worried about fucking Greg over here with his 5 DRS shares selling his position. But nobody bats a fucking eye when Rentec sells 600,000 shares on a run. Or BlackRock dumps $1 million because they're rebalancing their ETF to the new price point. Don't be ignorant of the blatantly obvious in order to support your agenda or goal. The stock is bought and sold every day like any other stock. It is illiquid. It generates lots of FTDs, but that doesn't mean that the liquidity is finite. So, you know, if Greg sells his 5 fucking shares and buys 10, that's more shares in the hand of retail at the end of this. So, you know, if that means I hold my shares, or people with 100 plus shares are not selling, and that allows the opportunity for those people with 5 shares or 10 shares or 30 shares to sell and increase their leverage. That seems like what the ape community was always supposed to be about, right? I don't think the probability of MOASS declines each cycle. I think every mechanism in the marketplace is put in place in order to avoid black swan events like MOASS. There are potentials for MOASS to happen. There are situations which have an extremely low probability of happening, in which a squeeze can occur. But as long as these cycles remain profitable, they will be taken advantage of. The point at which they are no longer profitable, whether that be through GameStop increasing its valuation, increasing its liquidity in the market, or you know, massive change in the volatility of the underlying through some other effect, which, you know, the only thing that could really happen there would be like a mass sell-off. But without that this volatility cycle remains easy to propagate, and as long as it's easy to propagate and it remains profitable, as long as it remains profitable, it will continue. You don't stop making $6 billion a year on volatility for no reason. And I think the first thing that you need to come to terms with is we do not pose a threat to this cycle. The ones that understand it to its fullest are minimal anyway, and the losses suffered by them due to our participation in this cycle, and, you know, the money we take away from it and then we bleed off the edge, is minimal compared to the gains they make running it. And the more we buy, the more illiquidity that we create, either through DRS or share ownership, the easier it is for them to manipulate the price of the stock, which makes it even more profitable. Because now, not only it doesn't take that many shares to drive the price down, it doesn't take that many shares to drive the price up. And people think, oh, like, that's bearish. Like, Girk wants to sell his shares. I'll never sell my fucking shares. There's no reason to. They are a volatility asset. You can sell that volatility to the exact people manipulating the stock, and they will buy it because they need to hedge. So maybe you can explain to me why for 6 quarters they deserve to be the only ones profiting from this. You know, 100 shares in the hands of every GameStop investor is a realizable goal. And that's a fucking part-time job for most people. The vast majority of people every week selling covered calls on those shares. It's more than a part-time job in some states and in some cases. It's kind of depressing what you say. Sure. Hope is great and it'll get you through all kinds of shit. But your hope needs to be realistic, because if it goes unrealized for too long, you'll lose it. Where, for the love of God, can I learn to paper trade to sell CCs? TDA. What does a part-time job pay these days? I don't know. Some states have like a minimum wage of like $7 fucking an hour. Was it like 750? $725? 725. What, like 25 hours a week? It's $181. I mean, we already did the thought experiment on what would have happened if, you know, somebody with 5 shares had sold every peak and bought every bottom. They'd have more shares. Nothing would have changed. The MOASS wouldn't be any more or less on the table than it is now. They would simply be better off as individuals. And we, as interested investors in GameStop, would be better off because retail would own more shares. Yeah, FICO. I mean, you still have to pay taxes on covered calls. You don't have to pay payroll taxes, but you have to pay. I'm not ignoring you, Bleach. What'd you say? I can't find your comment. If you want to reiterate it, I'll gladly address it. Yeah, I don't see it. That's true. But now we understand the mechanism by which they hedge. I mean, we're in a position where we understand how they manipulate the cycle. So that, you know, fear of upside isn't there. And if it is going to squeeze, you know, we're going to be able to see that in the options data. Like I said, not everyone's going to be able to do it, and that's unfortunate. But for the ones that can, the information should be available. It shouldn't be suppressed by some pedagogy of misinformation. A lot of people are blinded by long-term greed and have drank the Kool-Aid that their one share will be worth millions. I'm not saying it can't squeeze. It can happen. It's unlikely, but it can happen. They'll do what they can to prevent it. I do see a path for Ryan Cohen moving forward for him to create a squeeze, finally. I don't know if he'll do it. There'd be a squeeze if we were selling these shares at every run up, is what's bugging me out with this talk. Not everyone's going to. Well, Bob, we would see constantly increasing gamma maximum if there was going to be a squeeze, because the Volga-Vana positioning of replicating baskets, which would trigger in the event of any squeeze, because you would have to have a volatility squeeze first, would drive gamma maximum through the roof, indicating a squeeze was incoming. So there is a way to tell. Just because you don't know how to read the data doesn't mean I'm not willing to teach you how. Yes, Super Smash Bros. If you're gonna squeeze, would it be hard to sell your options? No. Not for the most part. You might have to sell them a little cheaper than their market price because of volatility spikes, but there's going to be a buyer for them. Lots of people will gladly, you know, if there's a squeeze and you're carrying like a 150 contract, you know, and the price is at $1,000, basically anybody in the world would buy that contract, right? Because they want to buy the stock at $150, especially if it's continuing to move up. BBY's book value with their current debt, it's kind of shit. If they clear their debt, it's great. I mean, they have what, 5.96 billion in assets with 6 billion in cash flow. you explain why your GME outlook seems a little more bearish these days? It's not bearish. I don't understand what's so hard to understand. Okay, let me rephrase this. I don't understand why people think my outlook is bearish. It's not. I see a repeating cycle in GameStop that generates essentially infinite returns. There's nothing bearish about that. I'm also invested in a company that I think long term is going to generate lots of shareholder value. How is any of that bearish? Here's what people think is bearish, is because I don't think that there is a way for MOASS to happen where they cannot control the price to some degree or extract themselves from positions. And that's because, well, frankly, you don't clearly understand the methods by which they're providing liquidity to short the stock in the first place. The pessimistic way you often express yourself comes off as bearish to many, I think. If you don't think it's going to 100 million tomorrow, you're a bear. All right, sure. I mean, bearish would have been me saying for the last like fucking 2 weeks that we're going down. But is strong. Must be time to buy, right? ETF FTDs coming in, Dork. You ready? You think buying calls is giving them liquidity for them to short? No. That DD was disproven over and over and over again, Ty. Please clip your reference to me. I will watch it in my darkest days, huddled by a tiny fire, awaiting MOASS with my 5 shares, quietly sobbing that I missed the 27th peak, thinking MOASS is just around the corner. Thank you so much, Greg. I didn't mean to call you out like that. We bought shares. We've held for a year. We bought more. No forward guidance. Bought more shares. Read his tweets. Bought more shares. Reverse the split and let's make money. I hope so. It's a strategy. I really should outline that, you know, while it's super bullish, it's extremely tinfoil hat and unlikely to come to fruition. But it has happened before. There is precedent for it. Who's your favorite mod on the Discord? Zakir. He is first. Don't tell Carl. The one's questioning Girk's stance on GME. He's holding a red and blue pill like Morpheus did in the Matrix. Which one you take is your decision. Oh boy, let's not go there. Please clip your toenails. You think GME at this price is still a no-brainer play for long shareholders who don't play options like myself? I think this will be the this will be the highest low of this cycle. I think there is still a lower low coming after the ETF FTDs. between May 24th and May 31st, I think we will see a lower low than we currently see. It's not a guarantee, but I do think we will see a lower one. This one's pretty fucking low, don't get me wrong. But historically, we are not in the part of the cycle where we see the lowest price. Usually that is after the entropy swaps are entered, right before the covering. The IV at that low isn't always as good as the IV at this one, but the IV right now is kind of high. Nope, no record date for the stock split because no stock split has been announced. Could you please shed some light on the prisoner's dilemma? What do you say to the fact that I'm concerned about the split destroying my timing on rebalancing my position? Oh, it absolutely could. I would be very careful moving into the split. I mean, we'll have defined dates for the split. It's not going to be a surprise. You're going to have a 10-day window minimum before a split occurs to manage your position. So it's not like it's not like we're gonna wake up one morning and the stock's split. More of a realist about life too. People confuse it with pessimism and call me pessimistic. Pessimistic. I don't know if I could be more bullish on GameStop for this last fucking year than I have been. Almost without fail, every day, I am here explaining the price movement as best I can, showing the bullishness in future runs of GameStop, providing what hopium the data I have can provide. I mean, who's done more this last year? Call me a bear? Fuck you. I said this past year, Moonwind. Have you seen Greg in here? He was really sad and I'm worried about him. Yeah, he's okay. Thanks, Greg, Sage of Nebraska. Like Gherkin. How does it keep getting longer? I agree with you, Rhino M. I think in due time, GameStop's market cap can absolutely be 10 times higher than it is now. You don't expect a May OPEX run on the 23rd. We may see some, but I don't think so. Currently, no. I don't have any expectation for a May OPEX run. There's not enough time between March OPEX and May OPEX for them to build up significant obligations in the ETFs. And the only caveat to that is they're still carrying obligations from March OPEX that weren't fully cleared out. Keep steering the ship that we've been doing. People just want daily hopium, and if they don't get it, they call you a bear. Yeah, I know. I mean, I'm trying to think of the scenario in which I'm fully in line with like super stonks narrative, and I'm pushing DRS and talking about, you know, the attendees that may one day come, and I'm just trying to sit there thinking, imagining my fucking account mooning every quarter, and me just being like, wow, that was really cool. I can't wait for the next one. What the fuck? You think SPY's pricing in tomorrow's bad news? Probably a little bit. It's kind of still just flat, right? It's just going to be flat. Like, not a lot of interesting shit's going to happen today because of the CPI tomorrow. Market cap can't 10x when shorts control the price. Sure. So shave off their profits until we control the price. You're not the only one, bot Wookie Cream. Not even that. I've developed strategies for people to buy and hold and make money simultaneously, which isn't easy, because any other trader in the world would tell you, sell all your fucking shares when they're up, buy them again when they're low if you're bullish on the company. There shouldn't be this fucking restrictive emotional attachment to the fucking stock. I mean, we've already taken the idea that we're tying up the liquidity, and as far as the shorts are concerned, tossed it out the fucking window because they have infinite liquidity from ETFs. It's synthetic, but it's infinite. How high did we run up last time? 200? Just a touch over 200. From a low of 73, which was larger than our previous run, as a matter of fact. It was at a lower price point, but the notional value of the price move was greater. The percentage gain was greater too, as was the volume. I mean, what's so hard to understand about this? They short the float 100% synthetically from one OPEX period to the next, and then they cover 100% of it. Why do you think all the fucking runs are like between 60 and 75 million volume? Short cover, short cover, short cover. And you're shorting here when the price is super fucking high, and you're covering here when the price is super fucking low. Your short volatility here as it's driven down, and you're neutral to volatility and long the stock as it goes up. They're just making money. And because of DRS, 11 million shares are risk defined. So why not make money too if everyone else is fucking doing it? That's it exactly. You taught me how to hold and wheel, taught my brother and his friends the same. You've done more for my account than anyone. Thank you, Volgavana White. The point isn't to make money. It's no sell, no sell. Yeah, but no one's going to jail, right? Even the guy they arrested probably won't go to jail. Do you not see a way out of this shorting cycle? How? I mean, I see ways for it to end, which would be unfortunate. My question, what the fuck's your question, Moon? Following you and learning as I go, I've paid like half the mortgage in the last year. So they are wrong, you were right. It is the way. One guy from Archegos and one guy from Credit Suisse will go to jail. I mean, one guy from Credit Suisse is always going to go to jail, right? That's a given. That's the control group. Is there anything flawed with this plan? Sell 116, 120 on FTD bump, rebuy sub 80 on push down before OPEX. Historically, no. The problem people have here is they expect it to do exactly what we want, and you have to be prepared for the fact that they can manipulate and offset parts of the cycle in ways that are, you know, while predictable in hindsight, are not obvious going into it. So you need to be prepared for that, and you need to, you know, offset that risk. Like, you know, if think about this, because this is a potential, and it's not that you have to avoid it, but you have to consider it. Is that, you know, we can run for ETF FTDs. There's a slight dip, and then they run us on May OPEX. This is, I mean, I don't think it's going to happen, but it's still on the table. And it has to be taken into consideration. So I wouldn't, if I had shares, and like if I had X shares, I would never, ever sell on an FTD bump. That's just like trying to day trade GameStop, which is, let me tell you, not a very successful endeavor for those who attempt it. But on the OPEX bump, if we've achieved gamma max and crossed gamma maximum to the upside, we see the gamma neutral spike, confirming a downtrend in a flip in position. Then we can, you know, consider. But then remember, on the downside of this, you have to be completely unexposed to GME before you buy back in. And this is going to freak people out. So understand the psychology behind that too. Why not just buy a protective call in case it runs? I mean, yeah, if you have the money to do that. I mean, this is really directed at those that don't. This is directed at those, at the you know, who probably hold the most stock, but also in the greatest number. You know, they just they don't have the money to buy a $500 or $600 call to protect their upside. They don't have the money to buy, you know, a $500 or $600 put to capture the downside. I think he has a silver bullet, Nintendo Power. I don't know if he'll use it, but he has it. How do you see this OPEX you're talking about? What? There's so many of them. And what the weirdest thing is, it all started off with this. And while, you know, people were FOMOing in like crazy here, people who were in fucking back here were selling. Maybe not their shares, but their contracts. You know, they were taking profits. This started with people making fucking money. And people only stayed in it and bought more because they wanted to make fucking money. And somehow that was lost sight of along the way. Every last one of you, regardless of your, you know, fucking fantasies about overthrowing the US economy, got in this because you're greedy. You're a greedy fuck and you wanted to make some money. That's why we're all here. Own it. Do the upstart. Tell me something bullish about it. It's a piece of shit. He's probably fucked. Their earnings were terrible. And they were trading at a very high multiple. One turn 10K into 100 on this next run if you try really hard. I assume you mean $100. It's very easy to turn $10,000 into $100. But yes, you could turn 10K into 100,000, but it requires perfect timing. I wouldn't say it's guaranteed by any means, Walken. Three to 5x your money is very reasonable though. What do you think's more likely to draw attention? Tell me this. Like, for those that do want you know, this immoral practice in the market exposed and dealt with and regulated, whining on Reddit and Twitter, or thousands of people becoming millionaires over the course of several months. I'll tell you right now, this is going to draw a lot more attention. Because nobody rich wants to see this happen. It's still a cooking channel, always has been. I've written tons of FTDs or DD on it. Kind of cut on. Just go look at my Reddit profile and sort by top and read your way down. You look at cat? Sure. Rough. Dow's down. Yeah. It's just another day of everything being down. Just be patient with your entry. Wait for a bounce. There's no reason to rush into it. And it just, everything just crashed through all its resistances today. So there's no reason to like jump on anything. I think RC would pull a Porsche and lock up BBY's float with options if the fell low enough. Someone's buying a fuck ton of BBY calls right now. And they're likely suppressing the price in order to do so. We see a strong suppression of the price via puts on BBY. That can't be spelled right. 1p. And we see large, not only block volume in purchases, but large options buy volume as well. That's why I'm not a fan of Dr. T. Locking up an investment that can make money just seems ridiculous. No, I gotta disagree with you there, Harry Balls. I actually don't disagree with Dr. T in that regard. In locking up an asset, it's yours. You own a part of that company, and the rights of that ownership should be yours. And in instances where I owned a non-ridiculously volatile asset, like if I had Berk A or something, something that was just going to slow gain over years and I wanted to protect my investment, absolutely, I agree. On a volatile asset like GameStop, no, I cannot agree with the thesis that locking it up is beneficial. And what's ironic is the people doing it also want to trigger a squeeze, and I think that's what Dr. T herself commented on, is it's, you can't have both. You can't say I'm a long-term investor but I want a short squeeze. Now you can be a long-term investor and hope for the possibility of a short squeeze, but they are divergent. One is a trade, one is an investment. So unless you're holding your GameStop shares through a squeeze, then you're not really a long-term investor, right? If it hits 69 million, you're going to sell. Everyone would. Use all your gains in one YOLO play at the end of the year. You either lose it all and pay zero in taxes, or you get giga rich. It's I'm not your CPA. Is there a ramp that could bring BBY lower, below 10? There wasn't much put interest as of close last night below 10, but it's possible that more has accrued today. Luck equals preparation meets opportunity. Thank you for tirelessly helping us all this time. You're the absolute man, Pickle. Thanks, Deku. I appreciate it, man. Is there any support at that level, or just market crashing? I mean, it's just selling off because of the market crash, right? Everything drops in a market crash. GS, yeah, I think over the next 3 to 4 trading days, we're going to see some upside movement on GameStop as net short ETF FTDs start to come in. I think we'll see a peak of that maybe in the near 120. I don't really think we're going to come up back to that really important 126.70 resistance. And then I think we will see the price get crushed back down to a new low through, I mean, from the data, I should say through June OPEX. But potentially with the shareholders meeting, we'll see some volatility as we approach that. For a BBY strategy, no CCs because it could run by surprise at any time. No CSPs unless wanting assignment because it keeps sinking. Sound about right? Yeah, it's a tricky play right now. Sometimes you just can't do either one. I mean, this happens on other stocks too. You know, Apple with like pending announcements or upcoming like launch events. You know, you can't really sell cover calls. You can't really get puts because you know shorts are trying to drive the price down. Or you can't sell CSPs. You just got to wait it out. It happens. You know, the more positions you have, the more income you can generate from covered calls. But if it's your only position, you know, and you want to reduce risk, sometimes you have to do that. Sometimes you just have to wait. Believe me, I want to sell CCs on BBBY too and lower my cost basis because it's kind of high. So I mean, it's almost double the trading price currently. What would you look for that would signify a May OPEX instead? A lack of a run over the next several days. If they don't shed off this additional, you know, ETF FTD obligation and clear some of that out over the next few days, and we just remain relatively stagnant at this $100 range, I would consider that, you know, bearish in terms of or bullish in terms of a May OPEX covering. It's tricky because never before have we really seen them carry obligations forward through a cycle the way they have with March, because you know March should have been the clearing of obligations, but they still exist. You know, borrow rates still holding fairly steady at 5%. which is a significant increase from, the 0.75 it was at before. Not only that, XRT is still reg showed. Not everything was cleared out, and that's problematic, right? That's a hiccup in their plan there. When will you enter your June 120 position? Probably like end of day today or tomorrow. And not necessarily 120. We're pretty low right now. I'll probably target like 100 and 110. Maybe even 95, depending on our closing price. Did you say there was also put interest at 950? There was some this morning, but it wasn't extensive. There's new OI at 950, but there was an increase in $10 OI. And it's possible those puts are being sold. Reading your DD, you've just confirmed my theory. So long as GME is held in ETFs, DRS is pointless. I mean, yeah, as long as GME's held institutionally, retail can't own it all, right? So yes, but it doesn't matter if people do it. Who cares? It's just a different brokerage, essentially, that's not really a brokerage. How do you know any brokerages that allow US options trading from Europe? Thank you for everything you do. Yeah, IBKR does. And there's another one also, but I can't remember the name of it. I know IBKR has American options for Europeans. Yeah, I'll probably try to capture some of the upside this week with options, but it's risky. And if I don't see a move, I'm going to cut them and stem the losses pretty quickly. Do you think you've learned enough since Freg's Day to see the signs of Freg's Day 2? Yeah. I think we warned everybody the day before the fucking drop was going to happen on this run because we had the data that we didn't have in November. I think we were able to tell everybody when the peak was, which is, huge. I don't think people understand the importance of being able to actually time the peak. Not only to know what day it will occur on, but what price point it will likely occur at. Go back up and get the donos. You guys donate to ask questions. I donate to make a friend laugh. Cheers, Dickel. Thanks, Lionel Burrito. I answered Jimbo's Gaz. Okay, I got everybody. Sorry. Yeah, his basis is around like 50 or 60. I do think oil is a little oversold right now, and I think it's going to bounce back hard. Will it go below 90 today? It already did. 88. It's low. Dude, I sold those puts at the bottom. I'm coming for your crown. Who said I didn't sell any puts, Moon? Where can I read Yelya's DDs? If they're still up, I know she deleted her account, but the post should still be around. It's not a competition if I show you. Why did she delete her account? Because people were yelling at her because she said the price was going to go down? And harassing her and being antagonistic assholes as they are encouraged to do on Supersong. It's definitely an industry worth investing in. It's a decent price, too. I don't know how rapid the rebound on fertilizer is going to be, but it's going to happen. BTU fucking retrace all its gains for the day? Jesus Christ. Options bad. You should feel bad. No. Do you think investing in SQQQ if CPI comes out over 8% tomorrow is a reasonably good move? I would wait for CPI. Here's the problem. CPI is going to come out in the morning before market opens, and stocks are going to move, right? So, you know, if you're interested in SQQQ, you want to be on top of the report, and you want to be buying in pre-market. Options aren't a great play for news that comes out in after hours. Yeah, or you can straddle it into close. Yeah, fertilizer costs are way up, I know. Where'd all this buy pressure come from? What do you mean? Are we not just moving up with the SPY? Yeah, we are. We're still in that period of like just following active fund flow. So, you know, they're buying index stocks, go up, selling index stocks, we go down. There are at least 60 to 80 super stockers that got triggered so bad they come in here to downvote every day. I don't give a shit. Maybe if they hang around long enough, they'll fucking learn something. Let me get this straight. No GME run up May 11 through 19. Then likely run at May OPEX. If there is a GME run up May 11 through 19, then likely June OPEX. Essentially, yes, that's what I'm looking for right now to determine how much exposure I want to the May OPEX period. Because if May OPEX follows the same pattern that Feb OPEX did, it'll just go straight down, right? So if you look at Feb OPEX, like we ran up from FTDs, ETF FTDs through the 16th, stagnated. Feb OPEX hit, they changed the rules, and the price dropped. Then we hit a new low down at 73 post earnings, and then rocketed it up into March. Choose the play that exploits price volatility daily. I mean, you can try to exploit the daily volatility. It's risky, though. It's much better to swing options between highs and lows than it is to try to play intraday price spikes. Sometimes you can play them. Like this morning, I bought calls because like we had a lot of pre-market pressure, and you know we have significant FTDs through this period. So that means, you know, as soon as those FTDs are exposed to liquidity, it's gonna create pressure on the stock. So it's like an easy, like small gain. I mean, it wasn't much. It was like 102 to like 106, but it's, you know, profits. Profits are profits. So there's little things like that that are easy to exploit, but they're not great or super reliable. We probably won't hear anything about the NFT marketplace before, but we could. In such cases, do you just limit by open, sort of blind? I mean, you can run the estimated opening price through like a Black-Scholes calculator and figure out the price of the contract at the strike you want to buy. You can set a limit a little above that to account for some volatility, and hopefully you get a fill at market open. Sometimes you get really lucky when you fill before the market maker ups the price. The reason I found your stream is because someone on Supersonic said you were a sarcastic know-it-all. I've been here ever since. Thanks, emotionally artistic. I'm glad that's what drew you here. Usually that's one of the more... That's usually one of the worst parts of my personality. Regulations equal obligations. Well, typo. What's up, Gaff? The priest of Lord Cenas has arrived. High priest of Lord Cenas. I'm here for the giant water bottle. GME borrow interest rate of 5.25% on Fidelity. It's down 0.5% today. And their goal through this cycle will be to drive the borrow rate back to 0. That's true, Gaff. You're not wrong. Superstock lost me at Cone Poo Chair. Even though it started as a joke, far too many people then thought it was a legit interpretation. You talking about how you're so unlikable, but your terrible personality is what keeps us coming back for more. I guess it works. BBY August position needs to be in place. By what date do you think? I've got calls all over the chain, but I want more. But want to try my best to time the bottom so I can enjoy the ride. Thoughts? I mean, it was fucking cheap below 20. It's really fucking cheap at 10, right? Hoist the Jug is now trending. When we ask, can you tickle my pickle? I'll be busy tickling my own. Oxy looking to break out. Do they have earnings tonight? I don't think Oxy's looking to do anything until earnings. It's just doing what everything else is doing. Okay, listen. If you're looking at a stock and it's doing this, don't tell me about it for the next like hour and a half. You can buy anything right now. It's all doing the same shit. Except BBBY. I mean, it is a little. It's trying. Plan to spread your June OPEX exposure between GME and BBBY. I mean, I guess. Yeah. Kind of not the same play, but similar. I think the difference being on BBBY is I will absolutely sell my shares if it runs super hard. Honestly, I just love the fact that you thought about it that long. Thanks for all the memes, Pickleman. I love hanging in here every day. Thanks, Saddy Daddy. I appreciate it, man. Last June 8th, GME touched a high of 344. Can you please remind me again, what was the main driver of that action? Was it leftover GEX from May OPEX? No, we still had massive FTDs through that period. And don't forget, once runs start, as long as there's, you know, interest in the options chain, they're self-propagating, right? We run up, OPEX drives price action up, which puts options in the money, right? Which causes, you know, more FOMO into more options out of the money, which then raises the gamma maximum. The market makers come in and hedge this run, putting more upward price action, more pressure on the upward price action, which then drives all these options in the money, creating another amount of delta that needs to be hedged, and so on and so on. And so it just moves itself up. And we see, you know, we see gamma maximum increasing on each of these. And then eventually we see us break through gamma max. And we see a large spike in gamma neutral as the position flips and people start selling out of calls. And once that positive hedge is gone, so, you know, every push higher generating the next push higher. It very similar to the way they drop the price on the stock, right? They buy, you know, out of the money puts, and then they buy in the money puts, and then they short, and then this then puts, you know, a negative delta hedge, which then causes additional shorting, accelerating the downward pressure. Which is, you know, what we've seen over the last 2 days on these big drops, is we've seen this massive put interest come in, higher put interest than we've seen at any point since last June, as a matter of fact. Am I crazy to just swing leaps? Keep an open long position at all times while buying conservative in the money 2024s at perceived cycle highs, and then moving into aggressive out of the money 3 to 6 months at lows. No, I don't think so. I mean, it's a more, it's not as profitable, but it's a more risk averse. All the stocks may be doing the same thing right now, but it pushed CERN to an all-time high at 94.09. Interesting. This one puts me ripping at 350 like last June. We'll see. It's exciting, compelling. I like seeing indications of larger amounts of exposure. It's a good sign for things to come. Buying a load of puts for CPI tomorrow might not be the best idea. I've seen a lot of drop recently, and figure that some of a increase in inflation is priced in. And don't forget that inflation means that things are cost more. You have 11K to buy in the low before June OPEX, and I use 10K for shares and 1K on calls. Would you target June 130s? I wouldn't target June for June OPEX. June 17th 130s expire before the realization of OPEX, which is annoying, I know. What day do you think we'll see the peak of this upcoming FTD covering? Probably in the first 4 days. It stays pretty volatile out through. I mean, the whole period I think is like 6 trading days total. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 trading days total, and usually the peak is realized by like Monday or Tuesday of the following week, because that's when you have not only FTDs but GEX from the run the previous week. So you already have 2 drivers of price action in place. Do you have more weak calls for 715 or 1021? I have more for 1021, but I have a fair chunk for 715. GME to dip after May Apex like GME. Gonna try to take profits on odd calls and re-enter. Possibly. I don't know if it's gonna run with the suppression on it right now at all. I really don't know the effects of ETF FTDs on BBBY. They don't seem to be as pronounced. They're there, but they're not as pronounced as they are on GameStop. Remember, BBBY is still far more liquid than GameStop, right? And one of the reasons that we're able to even identify this price action is because of GameStop's illiquidity. So, smaller volume of shares has more effect on the, price realization on the stock. Whereas on BBBY, a large amount of volume traded really doesn't have that much of an effect on the price. So it's harder to define those periods, whereas on GameStop, it's very easy to see. They have a certain amount of time to announce their position. I forget how many days. You're sticking around to stream Sen's earnings after close? Absolutely not. I bought some cheap $1 leaps for fun. Then this morning, some jerk bought $500,000 worth of Jan 2024 $5 puts. This is going to be a 3-year thing, isn't it? It could take a while. I think they're going to start realizing profits from their device quickly, but they have debt that they need to pay off first. So I don't think it's a bad like long-term company, and it's dirt cheap, right? But yeah, it could be some time, and you gotta wait for the company to grow. If you're interested in it, you're invested in it. X coming back to life. Yeah. I mean, we have SLD coming up next week. So if there's room for a rebound, it's in this during this period, which is good for our ETF FTDs. Are you saying that the obsession with DRS is driving volatility and wilder price action on the spreads, allowing everyone, but especially the funds, to easily program algos to take advantage of the predictability? Interesting. It's almost like DRS is almost exclusively beneficial for the enemy. Yeah. Give me 1 second, Gap. Okay, Gaff. I'm now ready to discuss how DRS exclusively benefits the enemy. Can we talk about reverse stock splits while we're at it? I put the hat in the microwave to mimic the spy. I have become troller of trolls. Friendometer can't handle such drip. Yeah, it can. You'll be all right. Who's your foil hat guy? He's a haberdasherist. He does good work. I buy the new view up hats. Walk away for a few minutes and finally come back to Gurk's finally seeing the light. Solid to close. No one will want to hold calls into CPI tomorrow. I mean, that's not necessarily true, right? Don't let your hot neighbor see that. I'm gonna wear this everywhere I go from now on. You're not wrong. I was giggling in my kitchen. Tinfoil aside, that DRS point, 100% facts. I'm aware. I am aware. And what better way to set defined risk in a volatile environment than knowing where 1/6 of the shares are at all times? Do you release all your tinfoil theories that you've internalized? I mean, I have. My current tinfoil theory is that Ryan Cohen could reverse split the stock, create, well, sexy times for GME shareholders. I wish investing was that easy for all tickers. Yeah, I mean, that might have encouraged you to get back into the equity markets, Gaff. I would. Did you hear my whole rundown yesterday on it, Gaff? I'll fill you in with the DD this weekend. Can almost see the calves in the reflection. Should be cautious about selling CCs around the shareholder meeting. Probably. Are you writing a DD so that you hope RC reads it? I mean, he bought on the FTD dates for BBBY, so why not? Congrats. I just had a clip of you discussing a reverse split wearing an actual tinfoil hat to JSMAR, and he unbanned you from SS. Cool. I can feel tinfoil clarity now. Now the bat says B of A was secretly acquired by another bank. The end is nigh for them. How did the secret acquisition go down? Was the secret bank the Fed? I feel safer. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I know that this wouldn't deflect weaponry, but I feel like it could. Or, you know, if someone with fillings tried to bite me, I could protect myself. Is this the market crash chart? Entropy is doing ups, and market entropy is doing weird. What's the? Why are these on two different time frames? Why are you doing this to me, Dork? What did I do to you? Oh, you pass. This, you should be the spy on the, like, the monthly or the weekly? Or does it get weird without enough data points? Wrap the rest of you in tinfoil as well, just to be safe. I have a commercial-sized roll of tinfoil, or aluminum foil, so I could do that. What about people depending on the 5G from your vaccine that you're now blocking? It's true. My phone doesn't have service anymore, so that's something to note. Yep. No wireless data. There's a chance. I don't think it's significant, Sean. I haven't heard Turd's name in a while on stream. I don't know what he's been up to. Maybe he doesn't watch the stream anymore. He's like too cool for us now. I know he got sick for a while. Here's my question from someone who doesn't like Elon Musk very much to the people that love him. What if he doesn't unban Trump? How would you feel about him then? Like, he unbans everyone else, but not Trump. You've got the tinfoil hat on too tight there. Yeah, to be honest, guys, like Trump can't pump and dump DWAC if he's on Twitter. When's the workshop DIY video on how to make that hat going to be out on the School of Stock channel? Never, but I am actually almost done with the covered call video finally. So that's really exciting, I think. No, it's not, but it's fun to say. I held on to DDS for too long where I got control number to vote, but I'd made money, so... Did you vote? You should vote. Open source code from Mastodon. Yeah, that's the one. Look at this fucking shell. Exactly. Can you add some tinfoil arms so we can call you Gherk the Grafted? Like little ones? Maybe. It seems like it would be hard to make. I don't really want to spend that much time on this. I think there's a shot on my 15C BBBY for August. Lets me cashless exercise. Probably not, but you might make some money on it. Moonwind cameo and CC video. No, absolutely not. Never. News literally just broke that Elon is reversing Trump's Twitter ban. Is Elon in here again today? Elon, where are you? Maybe I'll dedicate a section of the CC video to how not to be like Moonwind. I want a one-day Moonwind stream where Gherk just heckles Moonwind in chat all day. Yeah, but we want to do it the right way, not your fucking degenerate selling covered calls 5 minutes before market close on Friday way. I'm gonna get denied to teach me how to play crypto options. Thoughts? I think everybody should buy puts on Bitcoin now. Wait, are you guys going long or short? Just tell us what the plan is so I know how to inverse. I wonder if we're going to keep bouncing into the end of the day. No, that's probably it. I think the excitement might be over. I've shamed him forever in like tens of videos already. Remember that day that he sold his GameStop because he sold bad covered calls? I do. Roaring Kitty does. Economy alive now? Shame me, Pickle Father. That's not what this channel's for, Darth Dan. You're not a pigeon whale anymore. You don't get free shaming. Do you think we're done dipping? Did you buy any calls today? No. Probably buy some tomorrow. Aren't we all just pigeon whales at the end of the day? Maybe. Remember when the Dans used to re-at the stock to try to get it to climb? Man, we've had some weird shit go on in here. Just remember, guys, when Moonwin's talking about how great of a trader he is, go. I know I saved it somewhere. Just came back from stepping away for a few minutes, and now Girk has pulled out military grade tinfoil. 510s, boys. MOASS starts tomorrow. Thanks, Twin Peaks Townie. This happens most weeks that Moonwin has covered calls out when I'm like, hey, we're gonna run. Seems legitimate. This is photoshopped. Oh, you love the attention. Oh, the reason I think RC would do a reverse split is not because it benefits us, but because it benefits him. Billionaire. Oh, hey, what's up, Nugsy? Thank you so much, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream.
Happy
That's because
birthday,
my
girl.
calls were so green and I didn't know what to do with the money. No, it
Yeah, we
wasn't.
might have a chance, but we ain't got
It
rope.
was
Give us more
because
than
you
a
sold
chance, cause we
covered
ain't no
calls
coke.
to
Get the
run
cash
up
in advance, cause we
my
holding the
house.
float. If you are what you eat, that makes gherkin to go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon wind. Praise be to RC and the VY, please, cause I need GME to move soon, man. Got the man GG on the CNBC saying that he ain't seeing no collusion. And we might be apes, but we ain't that Joe. Motherfucker trade trades, this is popcorn code. When the Citadel fails, I'm a bomber on boat. Sail the Elliott waves like a Kramer on coke.
Yeah.
Yo, but we ain't no cult.
Gert got Biden's sound guy. No, Biden's sound guy fucked up my volume controls on the stream. What indication do you see then? You said they hinted. I didn't say they hinted at it. I said it was possible. I probably said something during that. Please recap how the Tinfoil VWAP came to be. I was in a meeting. Oh, we were gonna me and Gaff were gonna talk about conspiracies involving DRS. Which really aren't that conspiratorial, to be honest. You teach me how to make money trading macaroni necklaces. You need to find an underperforming student at a kindergarten who's got some spare lunch money on him. You know that kid in the back of the class has a hard time putting the macaroni on the string? That's your target customer. If you're having trouble finding those people, I can point you in the right direction. Thought the SP might hit 12-0-ish this week or next before hitting new lows. 420-ish this week or next? In between this week and next, Barney Kent. Before SLD starts up again. I don't really care, not sure. Thanks, I meant 120. Why the fuck would the SPY hit 120? Ow. Okay, this is getting a bit... I gotta... It's like stabbing my head. DRSing all your shares resets your cost basis, allowing you to buy more in said brokerage at a lower price, hiding your actual cost basis from loved ones. No, we're done with tinfoil. Why wouldn't it hit 120? The SPY? I mean, no. Are we bouncing here? I mean, we're at support, which is cool. But my greater depression, we'll do 2 weeks from now. Give it some time. Because if the market doesn't rally back up, right, then people can't be like, oh, and like find pictures from 2008 and be like, this is it. Like they've been doing every time for the last 3 months. They started comparing the photos of the SPY to 2008 back here. And then they did it again here, here, here. They're doing it now. But if it rallies again, they can start all over with that other picture. Even Burry's doing it. Even Burry's showing everybody pictures of the SPY from 2008. He's like, look at this time I was relevant. I don't mean that. This SPY is super photogenic right now. Wait, what do you want to do, Danfinitely? Den's just a pump and dump this afternoon? I have no idea. I've come up with the title for my memoir, Pop Cern Trader, early and also wrong. One of these days, you're going to lose more money. I don't think you can cross-post to Super Stonk. When I paper shorted the entire market, my entire thesis was based around you are here photos and not hours of researching macroeconomic trends and developments. That's cuck trading. Yuck. Can you look at GME? It seems it runs in cycles since last January during OPEX periods with some anomaly windows in there too. I can send you my DD if you want. Yeah, I'd love to check it out. Just DM it to me, Velvet. No thanks, M-Dub. I think you're talking about something else. You think BBY hit bottom today? Maybe they both did. What if they move really, really similar to one another? Yeah, you can't really get a good sound out of this. You guys heard of you gherkin it? No. I hear he writes great GD. I've also heard that he's a big shill and he works for BlackRock. That's a lot. When RRP goes down to 1.5 trillion, RC is going to do a reverse inverse upside down NFT stock split via dividend, and MOASS will all be but guaranteed. Mark my words. You guys know that the Dries, it was like the Dries ship, whatever the fuck it was, squeeze was caused by reverse splits, right? That stock went from like $1 to like $73. I think it hit like 119 at one point. I heard he doesn't DRS his shares, and that he doesn't encourage other people to DRS their shares. Well, he hasn't explicitly encouraged them not to. He tries to drive division in the community by not fully supporting the ideals of that community. Which sounds like a piece of shit. I'd stay away from him. I heard he courted the market of covered calls to single-handedly steal from super stock users. His refusal to celebrate DRS clearly indicates his underlying short position. Are we still talking about you Gherkina or you Dr. Gingerballs? Supposedly same person. But you do DRS, if by DRS you mean doing retail a solid. Doesn't illiquidity help more than hurt the short hedge funds overall? Do I understand correctly that it increases their volatility hedge profit as well as its risk? Well, the risk is reduced because of DRS, because they know where, 10 to 11 million shares are at any given time, not being sold or traded on the open market. So they're actually able to define risk on volatility better because of that. I've never seen me and Dr. Gingerballs in the same room either. Dr. Spicy Testicles seals DD from JFresh, who's a derivative repping shill. It shills all the way down. Yeah, pretty much. 1,000 to 1 reverse split. Everyone just gets 1 share. Gherk, daily chart on wheat looks like it's coiling up for a breakout. What do you think are the potential price targets later this year? Thanks for being here. And the last time there was a big demand on wheat, it hit pretty high price targets. I think, like, if you go back historically, there were points where it was, you know, trading at like $14, $17. I know shortly after the ETF opened, it was really high. But it could potentially go higher. I mean, this is the most volume this ETF's experienced ever. In the entire history of this ETF, the majority of its volume has been experienced since Feb 25th. What would happen to fractional shares after a reverse split if your broker doesn't support it? Here's a fun thing. They don't have to give you a fractional share. In a reverse split, the company can give you a whole share. So say they reverse split 2 to 1 and you have 1 share. The company can make it so that you still just receive 1 share. I'm not even making this shit up. In theory, what would happen if everyone pulled their shares from Computer Share all within a month? The same thing that happened when they put them in Computer Share. Nothing. This guy's an evil genius, steals all our money via covered calls, corners the market on soup and wheat, since that's all we can afford to eat afterwards. Shannon L, the reveal of DRS numbers in the earnings report is nothing more conspiratorial than, you know, standard accounting practices. Not disclosing that information to future investors can be considered a liability. Everyone always uses that stupid fucking argument. I'm not saying you're using it, Shannon, but it is commonly used argument. Like, oh, why would Ryan Cohen tell us to do it? He didn't. He also didn't write the fucking 10K. Although I do like to imagine him sitting up at night with a fat box of Crayolas, just drawing out the 10K for the quarter. It's not how it works. During the USA reverse split, they sold off my resulting fractional shares. That can happen. But they don't have to do that. The company can issue you 1 share instead of a fractional share. Considering throwing a fair chunk of change at Newell brands. Recession equals more eating at home, more leftovers, more use of Rubbermaid and food saver products. Yeah, it's actually pretty interesting. I've seen them coming up a bit lately as well. That's gonna make me sad. I don't want less shares. You have the same amount of value in the company, whether it forward splits or reverse splits. Splits don't affect the market cap. But the covered calls, Pickle Man. Reverse splits end up with more shares than you, right? Sure, Gaff. I can no longer sell my one covered call. True. If the stock reverse splits, I can still sell covered calls. So ups starting tomorrow, you think? Not necessarily ups starting tomorrow, but beginning? Well, alright, yeah, starting, but I don't think we're gonna see an extensive amount of them until like Friday, Monday, Tuesday, I think would be the brunt of them. The brunt of the like FTDs do. Tomorrow's gonna be okay, but there's still FTDs tomorrow, and just in lower numbers. Break out to 400 in the next few weeks. It better be in the next few weeks, or everything's gonna tank again. But yeah, I think so. I bought some more on the dip today, so we'll see how it plays out. When the stock reverse splits, you can sell covered calls on less than 100 shares. Yeah, but you have to sell them in the previous chain. That's only if they split the chain. So what are you looking for when it comes to an entry point? Should we be looking for volume to pick up or a certain time of day? No, I'll be looking at long interest and any hedging against the upside in the options chain that we can identify. I think, well, first of all, reverse splits are not seen as bullish, generally speaking. They also cause institutional selling. and a reduction in forward volatility. They're considered a bad thing normally. No, GME's not reverse splitting. Sub 90, decent entry for shares. It's cheap, yeah. Very cheap. So institutions will have the upper hand regardless of which split happens. No. A reverse split is not good for them. They do not have the upper hand. After MOASS or when cycles end, this will be a cat Tesla stream. Or it won't be a stream at all. We'll see. Shill. Thanks, Salik. No, don't do that. A reverse split forces a recall. A forward split does not. Provided Ryan Cohen wrote, I have a small wee wee in reverse. Confirmed. Maybe. Wait, I lost my tinfoil. Why would you forward split then reverse split? But your video yesterday was about GME reverse splitting. It is, but it's super tinfoil hat. It's unlikely he'll do it. I just see a way for him to do it. It's just a strategy. What do you feel about the current price and IV30 of 125, which is half of the 52-week high? GME is a buy? Could be. Stop trying. Why would you split it twice? Why not just split it once? Yeah, they've indicated that they're going to be doing a forward split at some point. They haven't indicated a ratio or anything like that. The issue is that when they made those indications, the stock was trading at $180 a share. So if they were going to split 2-to-1 at 180, that would have just put us at the price we're trading at now. What's the downside for them to do a reverse split with them knowing they can just pile more shares on in the after? Oh, you deleted it. Okay. Better to hold calls through the split? Not necessarily. Cenas for life. You got it, Gaff. Enjoy your job. Remember the drip sound? The stock went down after we changed it. I think we'll see more downturn tomorrow from the CPI data. Well, not necessarily downturn, but I think we'll see pricing in of the CPI data tomorrow. And then I think once the CPI data is priced in, we'll bounce. I don't know if we'll hit 420, but I think we'll move up into next Wednesday. Don't get me wrong, we may not, but we could. I think if inflation comes in at like 0.2 or 0.3, we're probably going to see some upside. No, the increase in inflation, Moonwind, not the total. So 8.7 or 8.8. I think they're pricing in like 8.9. I think above 9, would have negative effects. Deposits still begin at the same time. So third Wednesday of the month. Ryan. Begin third Wednesday of the month. The greatest effect from that usually seen the Friday following. Thanks, Mike. I appreciate it. What strike price of the majority of your wheat calls for? 10. I have them at 10, 11, and 12. But the majority are at 10. Supplemental liquidity deposits. They have to deposit money for their margin, and it pulls liquidity out of the market. Generally means that they need to sell things in order to get that liquidity. So near-term drops in price. I think the relative change from last month will fall between 0.2 and 0.5. Let's say this. With 4 priced in. With the market downturn, increased announced buyouts, Twitter, Activision, chance of not going through. Yes. It does. You have to remember all those buyouts. A lot of those buyouts were kind of announced, you know, here and here. Because people thought we'd hit the lows. That's when you want to buy companies out, right? When they're trading at, you know, 52-week lows. It's a good time to buy them. But with things still dropping, the potential to buy those companies at lower prices means that you can see people back out of those deals. Like CERN, Houghton Mifflin, Activision. I mean, yeah, advantaged because no debt, right? May 10th is International 510 Day. Be sure to celebrate by loading up on degenerate top-of-the-chain weekly calls. It's your sacred duty to the stock. It's definitely not. Don't do that. That's a terrible idea. Thank you, Phil. Nope. GME is not allowed to speculate. GME insiders are not allowed to speculate on their own stock. I think they have a clause. I think the CPI numbers come out before market open. Not insiders, but the company. I don't think so. Happy 510 Day. Is there time for our anthem? Of course.
don't give a shit about theta, it's pure science.
I mean straddle, because it's probably gonna move pretty hard one way or the other.
Just do the fucking math, it'll make your wife's bank account crawl. And once you get that itch, open up the calculator, realize you're gonna be rich. Might just be my fiscal immaturity, the definition of financial irresponsibility. Just when you least expect it, surprise 100x gain just on your initial investment. What you gonna do?
The only way to make a reverse stock split theory even better is if GME used all of their cash on hand to do a massive buyback, then announce the reverse split. Sure.
Science fair project that he didn't help me with, cause technically can't. Kung Fu, Rumble, Dr. Something Dinosaur, Delta Strike, Air Deep, Pickle Morty's hugging me, Tungsten, Parks Car, Salmonella, Smock Spots, Cat Doc, Army Vent, Jay Wallin on Trash Stands, Nutsack, Windmill, Corn Trader, Moon Moon, Danwork, Renzer, Long Boy, Optimus, PHL, Black Dilla, Snow Case, Saber, YG, Bourbon, and that bear named Data, Wayfarer, Dandelion, Walford, Danley, Wardeck Concrete, Dave of the Pigeon Whales Diet.
I had a dream last night where I imagined the bid-ask spread post-reverse split, and it's just like $5 all the time. It was cool. Terrifying. The tinfoil was to help with the DD. The extraordinarily large flask to help with illiquidity. I do what I can. Can you taste other planets with your mouth telescope? This is how it goes down. GME buys back $100 million worth of stock. Cohen announces he's increased his shareholding to 10 million shares. DFV tweets that he bought the last dip and doubled his position. Then the GME board I waited until Gap went back to work. Now we can have fun again. One share would be 150K. That's why I wrote it in white. $70 million to one reverse split, and they take the company private. Assign a probability to that happening. But I'm telling you, well, so now I'll explain it in the DD. You guys will have to wait for this weekend. I'm gonna keep your tits jacked all week saying bullish things. No. Yeah. We gotta have fun with the dips, right? And to return to the business he knows best, Ryan Cohen spearheads GameStop takeover of pepperoni. I told you that you know something bullish and don't say it to us. Yeah, I've done that a bunch. It's fun. Remember when I kept buying calls in August and just looking at everybody and telling them I had a secret DD? It's like Frank's Day. CNS affects everything. I'll reiterate that nothing traded is real. All the stock is owned, so everything's synthetic. CNS is just everywhere, doing everything all the time. Even the stream is being continuously net settled. It's true. I'm not winking at anybody. CNS seem like God? It is all powerful. I'm not being cryptic. Okay, but could you wink at us? Sure. Did Dick's utilization go up as much as you were thinking it would yesterday? It went up more than I thought it would. They're internalizing a lot of dicks right now. Stuffed. Brimming, if you will. Sponsored message. No, entropy, same like gaping hole left by internalizing too much dicks. A void that must be closed. Yeah, BB Boy's dicks is going up, but it's smaller, you know? Who does these songs? That one's from Dan for Hire. Buying back 130 cc's, 90% up, and resell tomorrow. Okay. I've heard small to average dicks is fine. That was nice of them. You can see what in my eyes. Is there a place I can hear all the songs? Yeah, over on the Discord. Feel free to check it out. Is Kara looking good on the daily, or is it just me? It's looking pretty good. Ugh. You know what it is? It's not really a twinkle in my eye. It's just that I reach peak bullishness at the lowest low and the peak of the run. Everything in between is just waiting, right? That's boring. No one wants to wait for things. We should start seeing some upside tomorrow. You know, we have like 3.6 million volume traded today. I know no one's really paying attention to that, but it's pretty high, right? Weird. Weird that we'd have so much volume on this very boring day before things happen. I wish I knew like a guy who spent his time on the internet who would just like tell me when my stock was going to go up or down. Huh. I didn't remove my shirt when GME hit 120. I removed it when it hit 180. That's because I knew it was going to go to 200 and I was going to make a bunch of money. I mean, I was confident in November and we went up $50. You know, everyone bitches about Freg's Day, but I still told everybody that the stock was going to go up when we were at 190 and it went up to 255. I know we got rug pulled, but that doesn't mean I was wrong. I know this guy on the internet that knows things. Does this person wish to share his knowledge? You'll get the DD when everyone else does. Secure. And we're not going to 255 tomorrow. I already told you it's unlikely we'll test 120. I broke my nose when they pulled the rug from under me. I don't think we'll move over 100 tomorrow. It's still too early in the ETF FTDs. Maybe up to 100? This move generally isn't notionally a lot. Like 15, 20% increase over 3 trading days. About 3 to 4, the initial 3 to 4 trading days. And then it kind of peters out at the end. It lasts for 7 days, but it's these 3 to 4 trading days is when most of the price action happens. Why aren't you buying calls if you're so confident? I will at market close. Well, near market close. I'll probably also buy some tomorrow once I have a little confirmation that we're not going to like get ripped downward by CPI first thing in the morning. The first day of ETF FTDs isn't really very strong usually. It's like okay. It was pretty strong in Feb, but other months not so much. So I would expect the first day to not be super significant, and then the following days to be a little more. In Feb 8th was a strong move to the upside. And then it kind of dwindled. And I think it peaked on the 4th or 5th day, and then traded flat for the remainder. This will be different, obviously, but... BBBY doesn't experience FTD exposure in the same way. So it might move up, but probably not a lot. Should I straddle VIX? You could. Yeah, it's more likely that the bearish case for CPI is priced in. Blooming onion or onion rings? Onion rings, if they're done perfectly. How far do you think GME can go if CPI data is bad, but they're covering FTDs? So market tanks, I mean, you know, the market dropped hard on our last ETF FTD period, and we still ran. It probably limits the potential for the upside. It's, yeah, from tomorrow through the 19th. With the majority of the price action expected on this end. Due to the heavy buy pressure on BBY, do you think it will run harder percentage-wise than GME? It might. Game's up, Girk. We know about the backroom deal with BlackRock to get you a private stake in Mount Olive Pickling Company at the expense of misleading an entire subreddit. Prepare to be registered. Burger King onion rings? They're not really onion rings, though, right? Like, Burger King onion rings are like an onion nugget. It's like chopped onion battered in a ring shape. Oh, cool. You have cheaper entries for your GME calls. I know. Think I was going to buy them at 94? Yeah, I mean, exposure to FTD should be pretty high given the price action of March. We should have higher FTDs than we had in Feb. Remember, if we do realize these FTDs in a positive way, and it is a risk, we may not. But if we do realize them and realize price action from them, that lends strength to the idea of our run being in June. Burger King 08 fries? You mean the weird battered ones? Those were gross. Best French fries historically are McDonald's when they still used beef tallow, and Wendy's when they also still used beef tallow, and before they started putting, like, not peeling the potatoes before they fry them, which is their new thing. Five Guys fries are really good, but they're kind of sickening. Like, they're too fucking greasy and salty, and they give you too many of them. Puts on seed oils, yeah. Was it beef tallow or pork? I'm pretty sure it was beef tallow. What's tallow? Fat. One dude had a heart attack, sued McDonald's, ended beef tallow overnight. I mean, like, the world would have been a better place if that guy had just died and that lawsuit had never been filed. He could have taken one for the team. How do they explain the other countless heart attacks? Interestingly, all of them McDonald's fault. How could the realization from ETF FTDs not happen? Just a lot of dicks getting internalized? Well, internalization is one route. Or a market crash. If there's a market crash, you know, active fund selling could outweigh the pressure from buy side on FTDs. And you know, they can internalize for a period of time. Possibly. I don't really think they generally internalize FTD purchasing. Usually the internalization occurs during the periods here of price suppression. But it's possible. And then we also already, the DIX is already way up, right? So for them to internalize more at this point, and it's been going up for like 3 straight days. So, you know, they need to call a medical professional. It's been more than 4 hours. The call chain is absolutely starved. No reason for them to internalize now, or am I thinking wrong? I mean, they are internalizing now, though. I have an AMD 52090C that I showed sold last week. It was up 50%. Assuming with great earnings, AMD would easily go back above 100. Think it'll be in the money again before 520? Possibly over the next few days. Interestingly, sleep tucking value, I only fill my water bottle in California. Have you talked about the BBY call chain for Jan 2023? It looks stacked on 20 to 30s. Yeah, I'm aware. The BBY might move up a bit, but not. I don't think it's going to move up as significantly. Like the notional change, like it may have the similar percentage change, but I don't think the notional change will be the same. Also, there's something else going on with BBBY, the way they're trapping it with those puts. It's not that they're like trying to drive it down so much as they're trying to keep it from breaking to the upside. And they're buying large quantities of stock in here, which is not something we're seeing significantly on GameStop. I think it could go a fair bit higher than. Wow, maybe like 13 or 14. Is BBY following the true Wyckoff accumulation? Yes. What if GameStop is using their cash on hand to buy BBBY? Why would they do that? That doesn't even make sense. I guess they could. Ooh. Now, hold on a second here. If GameStop's going to use their money for an acquisition, how much controlling interest would they need, considering Ryan Cohen's ownership now? See, what GameStop would get access to would be that sweet, sweet assets. Hmm. Lots more room for e-commerce. E-commerce conglomerate. Like Berkshire. Like Buffett. If Buffett was Icahn. Imagine if you bought companies the way Buffett does, and you took them over the way Icahn does. I don't read tweets, they're nonsense. It is Tinfoil T plus Tuesday. Have we known all along, Average Joe? Huh. Curlix Jones. Would they need the shopping carts? Look at Greg pretending to have just thought of all this. All right. Carl Icahn. How do you not know who Icahn is? What are you doing here? Matthew Hodge. Do you not read my DD? I don't know. If they had shopping carts, then there would be some people that don't put them away. It's true. Cheap dual-purpose retail spaces that are owned instead of rented. That's right. Is Cohen shorting BBBY so people can buy it? I mean, mostly GameStop. How do you stop trading based on emotion? Just try to remember that the money isn't real and you'll probably spend it on something else stupid anyway. It's a game. Money's your resource. If you lose your money, you've lost the game. It's not simple. You guys have played video games, right? I think maybe we solved what beyond is. I lost the game. I know the BBBY market cap is only 830 million. What strikes are you looking at for tomorrow? Right now, I'm just thinking about maybe getting some like 95s. How did you lose money in March? Wait, are there people in here that didn't make money on the last run up? How? The stock just went straight up for like 5 fucking days. If you'd bought at any point, you would have had more money the next day. Even on the day we went down, we then went back up again. I mean, yeah, but those huge drops to recover should have been made up like at a test of like 120. Well, at least people made money on the CCs on the way down. Jesus Christ. That's why we rolled. We rolled so much. What about SST? Everyone made money on SST and then lost some on SST. It's not a big deal. Except that one guy who lost everything on SST. But, you know, that happens. I'm just fucking with you guys. Not everyone's going to make money on every run. It's an impossibility. Earned 300 on SST and then lost 900 the day after because of the rug pull. I mean, everyone knew it was going to tank. It was just a matter of when. To be fair, the things that happened there were not probably entirely legal. I mean, most of the people I was talking to kind of had the same experience. Like they made some and then lost half of it, or a little more than half of it. They made some and then they made some again, and then they lost most of what they made. So it was fun to be in, but like it was already hurtling towards the rug pull. We just didn't know when it was going to happen. Well, in the case of SSC, quite possibly some crime. Yeah. What GME strikes are you looking at? Nothing too far out of the money, I'm speaking. Oh, don't go away, 92.69. Come back. Just a few. Picked up for June 4th. June 17th, 100C. Yeah, I don't know if I want to target much higher than 100. Maybe I'll get some more tomorrow. They're fucking expensive. I'll probably pick up some more tomorrow. Don't think I'm fucking like YOLOing into ETF FTDs. I bought like 10 contracts at 95. They could print even if we don't run very hard at all. No, careful with that. So far out of the money calls are really dangerous on these runs because the IV doesn't spike very hard. Be warned. So if the call's not going to go in the money, it will probably die worthless. I just bought them. This is my first GameStop long call position since this morning. Grapevine, Texas GameStop massacre. I think hitting 100 is reasonable, yeah. I don't know if I feel comfortable with I bought a 105 weekly. God damn you, Pop Star Trader. I don't know if I feel comfortable with 105s yet. I might wait for a break of 95 before I get any. So if I buy any more, I'll probably buy them tomorrow. Calls are down 1% already. I'm ruined. I know. Yikes, they're like 1,500 a pop. They're not cheap. But they're 1,400. They're not 1,500. I bought June. I should have bought Jan. Son of a bitch. Why didn't I just buy January's? I don't have to pay for any theta. How much are they? $30 each? It's only like double the price. They're more Vega sensitive, which is cool. I do like Vega. Hmm. I don't know if it's worth it. Yeah, twice the leverage at this price, though. The FTD bump could bring us up to 120, but it may not. It'll depend where gamma neutral is. It'll probably bring us back to where gamma neutral is, which is slightly below 120 right now. So, I mean, this could rise if call buying picks up. Like, if we have a strong move back to like 102, we could see gamma neutral move up a little bit. No, your 105 and 110 weeklies are likely to expire worthless, Pop CERN. I didn't say leaps won't print as much as June. I just don't think they're worth it. Like, you're paying double. Like, I guess you save a little money on theta. They're more Vega sensitive, so they'll benefit from that. But I don't think that outweighs the leverage you get by paying half for June's. Perfect. That's what I'm used to. $90 for next week. Oh, like the May 20th expirations are just no good. I guess it's not as bad with a 90C because you're not going to get hit as hard with the theta loss, but yeah, I'd rather have out of the money. Also, if the stock price dips and we don't run for ETF FTDs, then you're going to fucking lose the delta value that's priced into those in the money calls, which is going to hurt. If you have a Vegas sensitive girlfriend, you can use one of the wireless remote toys when you're out together. But please don't put your kinks onto the general public. Not cool. What? I mean, there's a chance they lose control during every run. That just hasn't happened yet. Gamma neutral's around like 118. It's probably a little lower today. How high do you see BBY going through this ETF cycle? Not very high. I don't think it'll be that affected by ETF FTDs. Yeah, I bought 95s because I think even without ETF FTDs, they have a very good chance of going into the money. If I can confirm a move above 95 towards 100, then I'll enter more speculative positions. Patience and carefulness will be the mainstays of this next cycle. Ding ding. The day is done. Nice little bump into close, hitting 94.50. Already up 1% in the aftermarket. The close at 93.50 for the day. I think, well, you know, we followed the SPY basically throughout the day. CPI data coming out in the morning, which will have a larger effect on the broader market, and likely GameStop as well. So, you know, stagnation, like we talked about after the Biden speech, and we're going to see that, you know, probably continue through the release of CPI data in the morning, and then we'll see some volatility. So tomorrow morning, expect volatility. Our first day of ETF FTDs is from March 18th, so they're not super significant yet. They will be there in some quantity, but expect the price action from ETF FTDs to pick up later into the week and into the beginning of next week, especially if contracts are driven into the money on Friday. I don't think we'll close above max pain, which is currently sitting at around 125. But even a small move up could flip our delta hedge positive, especially if puts were sold off today, which we'll find out tomorrow morning. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. And I will see you all bright and early tomorrow. Have a good night, guys. Thanks.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.
It's yours?
No,
Your mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's
Where
not.
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.
Just some pickle themed fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult.
Rico! Sit, Creon, sit. Good dog.
Hydrate.
Hydrate.
Did you get any of that?
It's a good show.
Not an advisor. Frigulon.